Ow, ow, ow. Hello, Alyssa. Good to see you. Alice is conked out. Let me see if I can distract him for a bit. Listen. Very lazy today. You think this lunch? No. We don't have scheduled lunches for Atlas. We just like keep the food ready for him and he eats when he wants. And if there's no food, he'll come and bug us. Probably why he's sleeping all the time. No scheduled meals for him. Hello. Hello. You get the capture card ready. Is this the 12-inch version? Yes, this is the 12-inch version. Hell yeah. Capture card plugged in. Capture card. Until you explode. No. The capture card ready. Do I do capture card or source? Nah, capture card. That way I can bring Chatterino up here. There. So when I'm looking at chat, I'm looking at y'all. And let's turn it on. How you been, Alyssa? What you been up to? You can hear me clearly, right? The mic is like a hand and a half away from me. Keep it like that. Like that. Like that. Like that. Oh, it's not in view. Oh, much better. Yeah. Quiet to your soul. Okay, you're in the desktop. One terminal here. 5. Another terminal here. 45. Busy. We got the music on top. And it's tiny. That's fun. What are you doing to kill time? I think if Jan comes by, we can troubleshoot the Minecraft server stuff. Pokey Rogue, YouTube. I haven't been like chilling on YouTube for a bit. Been a while since I just casually watched. I have a lot added to my watch later. I need to clean it up as well. I've been like subscribed to so many people since like 2008. I want to go through my whole list and like unsub for people I don't really like want to see pop up on my algorithm. Get the browser. Man, this server is getting a little slow. Why is it taking so long to open? Why? Ten GB of RAM, 12 available. Pterodactyl being used most. Java. Java. All right. Nope. Yeah, I know how to solve this. Now. Match value. Why does it do that? What happened? One Y. Okay. I see. Run away, run away. Damn it. It's still doing the same thing. I'll find out. But for now, if value is dot dot to 0, we return or does it include 0? Does it include 0? Let me look at Nightshade Dude's example from yesterday. No, it does not. Until 0. So creation error negative. 0 was error zero. We might need commas, and a catch-all. The fuck? Damn it. Okay, let's just type it out. That should be good. We need a comma. Look at nice. But that took a while. Is anyone on the pterodactyl server? I want to restart it. It's slow. No one's online. Okay. I'm gonna give it a restart. The heck? Oh yeah, I really like this song. The remix. All right, let's see if the server's back up. Not yet. All right, it's back up. The heck? Let's run some upgrades. What is available? I want to watch Tabo's video on how he set up his Minecraft servers. That would be interesting. After I do a bit of rustlings, will be good. My right eye has been hurting, but I gotta push through. Mm, 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 mm. Maybe I need to migrate to someone else outside of Contabo. Just say I want 24 GB. Right now I'm paying. Oh my god. How much am I paying? $26. 98. Okay. Filter it to the US. Why? Oh, I need. Let's make it this 24 GB. Yeah. All right. Or does 40 gig have Linux. They do. I could do that. You'll see. I don't know how I feel about running a Minecraft server on VPS on an Oracle server covered by my company. I would probably get in trouble for that. Probably. But like if I do, yes, it's fine here. It's definitely a server issue. All right, let's see how much a dedicated server is. Jesus, I'm not paying that much. How much for products? Get up to 5,000 cloud credits for enterprise. Way too expensive. Dedicated. I want shared. Okay, let's say New York. Is there something East Coast? More Miami. Miami's fine. Nice middle ground. $32 GB. Now, what else? Digital Ocean. Droplets. Get me to list pricing. The SSD is fine. 96 a month. Hetzner. Hetzner is just all dedicated. Server auction. Oh, but you get a big bang for your buck. I wish I had my servers with me. Or wait, manage the ones that I have in Canada. They're disturbing my brother. OVH Cloud. Hey, Lito, welcome in. Good to see you. Sounds good. Happy Friday, man. Hope you've been well. I haven't seen you live in like forever. Forever. 1275. Whoa. OVH card is cheap. 8 cores. 24 GB RAM, 200 SSD. Maybe I migrate to this. Yo, Kes. What up? Glistering? Why? What's going on? Am I shiny? Bro, this is like more than half of what I'm paying now. Yesterday, I did a whole bus cut after work. Daily backups. I'm I'm kind of leaning towards wanting to pay for this. So I can do 12 months, say 15 per month. Canada? Oh, Ubuntu, yeah. Interesting. OVH it is. If Tabo trusts it, I'm gonna trust it. I'm just gonna tell. I think Jan went live. I'm gonna go tell him. If we can take a. Okay. I can be first. I got my own hosting. No, I already am using a VPS, right? So all of the work I've been doing, the rest I've been doing is on my VPS. I don't like this music. I can't really do that in Saudi as well. I do have my servers in Canada, and if I was physically around them, I'd use them instead of using a VPS. Not fun. Not fun. Okay. I can feel the lag between like sending from my keyboard to an input in this VPS. And it takes forever to check an exercise. Not fun at all. All right, let's get to business. Exercise altered version of errors for exercise. I need something more upbeat. So we just do Daft Punk. I'm feeling Daft Punk. Oh yeah. Pow, 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 pow. Box and the front rate. It's not rate. Let's know. You can read any ahead if you like. For now, think of box done type as I want anything that does. In short, this particular use case for boxes is for when you want to own a value that you only care about. That is a type which implements a particular trait. To do so, the box is declared as of type box trait, where the trait is a trait of the I guess I'm just going to have to return to Rustbook and continue traits again. Let's see. We have the enum. Bring the Yo, what's going on? Yo, Souls, thank you for the raid. Why didn't it show in my activity feed? Welcome, welcome. Did you just go live like a little bit ago? What happened? Short stream? You've been killing it lately, by the way. Keep it up. Yes, it did. Welcome in, Souls. Good to see ya. Right, every time I like look into the camera, I get very nervous. It's like I'm looking into someone's eyes. Sensual head. This stream made me sleepy. No. Well, I'm not the most upbeat today, but hopefully that will change. You're not feeling good. Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, you shouldn't push yourself. You know, don't push yourself if you don't feel great. He talking about you. No. Yeah, don't let it get to your head though. Yeah, you need to sleep. You did stream earlier today, right? Sleep is important, and I go manic if without sleep. It's not good. I am funnier on the internet when I am manic, but like it takes a lot out of me. Tried when you woke up the first time. I appreciate the raid. How are you? Like, did you get anything done? No? Okay. But did you enjoy vibing with chat? Nice. How good are you with Rust, Souls? Cat is your friend. Good. Leaving you. Yeah, sounds good. Take care of yourself. All right. Rest well. Eat, drink. Parasocial relationship for the win. Oh yeah. I mean, I'm starting to see that as well with myself lately. Like certain attachment to the chat room. How are you, Siso's master? How are you? What's going on? I'm doing a bit of rustlings, but I think I hit a wall because I'm not good at traits. I need to do those lessons again. All right, let's just go through the code. We have the enum. PHP mess. Ooh, what happened there? You called in to fix it? No. Did you get the understanding of what was changed? Yo, no, let's go. Thank you to Lokia before this. Welcome. No, how are you? It's cocaine. Bro, I think Contabo is scamming me. I think they're overselling because
Chupapi
yes,
muñeño.
chupapi.
Chupapi muñeño.
Chupapi all over that muñeño. But some of the legacy code broke, so you got called again. Do you know what changes were made? Like, were you able to contact them, or you saw it from the diffs? Nice. I think Contabo is scamming me, man. Look, it's so slow. I can feel the lag between my keyboard inputs and the movement in the Git history. Nice. Oh, what project is this? Hello, Timmy. Welcome in. It's Rustlings. It's to learn Rust. So if you go to it's a crate. Never used Rust. Well, if you want to learn, I'm not a dev. I'm getting back into programming and I'm starting out with Rust. I've been going through the Rust book. And in parallel, I'm doing Rustlings, which is like a library that comes with exercises to be familiar. You use CPP mostly, but don't really like it. Well, if you're interested in learning, you can follow along. So I am halfway through the Rust book. Why am I enforcing Rust? I mean, why not? We all can wear the thigh highs together. Rock the thigh highs. That's robust. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Now, I'm learning it for fun though, right? We'll see how far this goes. Just also listen. Yeah, you don't have to watch me. You can just listen to me read it all out. So I'm yeah in the Rust. The Rust book's a good resource too. Well written. I'm halfway through it, and I've been in parallel doing Rust Links, which is a library that comes. You just install it, and you get like a folder with exercises, and you can do the exercises, and it'll do a quick check to see if you passed it. Abu OS is getting into development. I will vibe code it. I'll vibe code Abu OS. I'm too employed to do it all by myself. Welcome in, Energy Star. Good to see you. Yo, CISO Master, let's go. Well, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. Oh, yeah. I cannot decide on what my music mood is today. Maybe it's just a little too loud for me. I'm going to bring it down. Don't welcome you in. You're always welcome. You're against your will. CDL? What's CDL? Call of Duty League. Oh, why? Let's go. Want to see the Paris lads? They're good. What is Call of Duty League? It's happening right now. Interesting. Worst team year after year. Yeesh. Yeesh. I think Alice wants to be let out. And give me a bit. I'm gonna go Waz. want to see if I can raw dog this without having to learn traits. Right. Now, this is required so that creation error can implement error. Okay. What does display do? Shift K. It's a trait. Similar debug, but displays for user facing. Let's go, Cache Machina. This is good to see you, Cache Machina. Similar display, but display is for user facing output, and so cannot be derived. I kind of liked the lo-fi metal yesterday. Let's go. 5. Yeah, 5. Just shuffle through it. Yeah, this is a little bit more calming, and I can lock in. Type can have one display implementation, often preferable to only implement display when there is a single, most obvious way that values can be formatted as text. Okay. Guess I have to learn how to properly do this at a later point. I'll raw dog it. For creation error, takes in self, mutable F, a reference. Okay. I don't really understand what's going on here. A formatter returns result. The description match self. Negative. Okay. Implementation error for creation error. Struct. Why is this empty? Let me go through this again. Altered version of errors for exercise. Easiest out. Okay. I mean, I saw that there is a solution in they over here in the compiler. Feel like I can just do that. Yeah, and it's literally like, okay. Yeah. Like I'm just following the compiler here. It does, but will I learn anything? Why is it a double arrow though? Oh wait, I see. It's 80% there in this case, yeah. Well, let's go through why. Exercise altered version of errors 4 uses concepts we don't get to until later in the course, okay? Like box and front rate. It's not important to understand them in detail right now, but you can read ahead if you like. For now, think of box, then type as I want anything that does question, okay? Type. In short, this particular use case for boxes is for when you want to own a value and you care only that it is a type which implements a particular trait. Okay. To do so, the box is declared as of the type boxed in trait. Trait is the trait of the compiler looks for on any value used in that context. For this exercise, the context is the potential errors which can be returned in the result. Okay. We have the error library, format library, the enum, and a function that checks to see if it's creation error, negative or zero, and outputs a string. Creation error. Why do we do this though? Implement error for creation error, okay.
Tony Stark was able to build this in a cave with a box of scraps.
I'm getting there. Getting there. Well, also like Tony Stark was in his 30s, so he had time. Also, he had like wealthy dad with all of the resources. And I'm working on being the wealthy dad. um okay. Oh, they did it with if statement, right? So match value. Oh, that's interesting. Instead of a catch-all, they just said X. Okay. At the correct return type. So they just pretty much told us just add this. What can we use to describe both errors? Is there a trait which both errors implement? So yeah. Okay returns the unit type. Yeah, and if it errors out, it returns the, so let's pretend user input is 42. Parse it. Positive non-zero integer X. Does it test the other cases though? There's, I don't know. I guess we'll find out. the learning file, you follow along. Um, do you have Rust on your system? You just pretty much cargo install Rust links. Give me a bit. What the heck? Arctic monkeys? A banger lo-fi playlist. Man, ginger beer is nice. Oh, he's lurker. He be lurking. Yeah, I'm gonna migrate to OVH. The reason I kind of like vendor locked myself to Contabo is because I had like a long ass relationship with them for the tinier, cheaper VPS, which were cheaper than anything else out there. We have a yarn sub. Let's go. Let's go. That's a good guy. Using catch-all error types like box, then error isn't recommended for library code where all callers might want to make decisions based on the error. Excuse me. Content instead of printing it out or propagating it further. Here, we define a custom error type to make it possible for callers to decide what to do next when our function returns an error. We have the parse int error, creation error, an enum, parse, so we make another enum, parse positive non-zero error. What? So it's like an enum of functions that calls creation and parse int, okay? And then we make a function called from creation takes in of the type creation error, returns self. One sec. Takes in type error, no, type creation error, returns self. Self is creation. Okay. Add another error conversion function here. And it's going to base it off of here. Let me yank that, paste that in. Starship prompt. How do I know? I don't think it does. What was it? Yeah. What does Starship do? Doesn't Dylan use Starship as well? Is it something like Oh My ZSH or something? Oh My Posh? So, cross shell prompt. You can use Starship across shells. I don't think I follow. Hey Nori, what's going on? There's so many New Yorkers in my Discord now. That's good. From parse int self parse int error. parse int. There you go. Don't know what it does. Custom error type that we'll be using in positive non-zero integer parse. Okay. Who else? You, Nori, Bedro. I don't know if Bedro is around. And Kevin. Yeah. Yeah. Good stuff. I haven't been in New York since 2013. I was there for 2 days and it was a vibe. I like walking all over Manhattan. Okay, positive non-zero integer. Does that check? Okay. Parse s. Okay, a reference to string, a stir, return self, else it returns a parse pause non-zero. Okay. Change this to return an appropriate error instead of panicking when parse returns an error. Let x parse unwrap. Okay, self new x map error. Don't expect. Custom types. Instead of panicking. Just look at the cases. Test parse error. Parse not a number returns parse int negative return negative test 0, there are a bunch, and okay. Recommended for library code where callers might want to make decisions based on error content instead of printing it out or propagating it further. Here we define a custom error type to make it possible for callers to decide what to do next when our function returns an error. Oh, hey, damn it. Hitting this Lango. Oh, yeah. I do not know what's going on. I am especially tired today. We have parsed error as the library, an enum of negative and 0, a creation error, an enum for parse positive non-zero error, and a function for parse, okay, takes in the error of creation error type, returns self, creation error, okay, from parse int, takes in the parse int type, when parsing an integer. Then we have a struct, positive non-zero integer, a function that checks for positive non-zero integer. If it's less than 0, it'll return negative. 0, it'll return 0. So k, it'll return self. Change this to return an appropriate error instead of panicking. When parse returns an error. When parse returns an error. Self new, when a new is created, map the error, parse. What does map error do? How is map underscore error a method for new? Is new a result type? Yes, it is. It returns results. So it's a result method. Maps the result. Oh, it maps to results. Okay. Maps the result to another result by applying a function contained, leaving an OK value untouched. Can be used to pass through a successful result while handling an error. Let's look at the examples. Fixing a string. No, it returns a string. X result U32 equals OK2. Assert map error stringify to OK2. Another one, error 13. How am I already tired? I need to finish the errors module at least. What's the song? Pararam. Where is my mind? Where is my mind? This is me right now. Oh, it's not a number. Hello, Christopher. La ba la boo boo. How are you? Instead of panicking. Where is it called? It's called each time. Working on a prototype in Python. Ooh, what's it supposed to do? Buzzcut feels so good, man. So liberating. Very Liberace. I should have done it sooner. I've been like playing with my hair at work and it's not a good look. How are you, Sergeant Pepper? Pepper, my mind is hurting. Oh no. I need to push through and finish errors at least. Oh, there's something different. It takes some days to get used to that. I'm not wearing the cap. But I think I should because like there's like because I just got a buzz cut, right? I didn't like shave. And I'm wearing headphones. And there's like a line that goes through after I'm done streaming. It does not look bad, but does it look good? It feels good though, so I've been using minoxidil for 2 months now just to regain some volume. The, it's this back area that's like very low volume. Not fun. Minoxidil? Minoxidil had always worked for me. When it started with in around uni in my third year. So I started using minoxidil and then it grew back the volume that like I was losing. And then I moved to Quebec and there was no easy way to get it without a prescription, I think. I don't know. It's just they don't sell it over the counter. So I stopped it and then it started uh, the bald spot started expanding and I was indoors most of the time, so I didn't really care. And I would buzz cut. Um, then I came here, and 2 years in, I went for hair transplant consultation. I did not. I did not like the doctor, although like the pricing was good. Um, yeah, you can take it two ways. There's like pills, but pills make your hair grow everywhere. And there is topical, where you just apply it in the area. It pretty much like dilates the blood vessels in uh, that area. It was supposed to be used as a um why is there no Wikipedia for high blood pressure? It was supposed to be used as medication for high blood pressure, but they saw that it had the side effect of hair growth. But there is this new one, Cosmo. There, what the heck is going on there, bruh? Let me get Chatterino here. Bruh. Shaolin. Cosmo here. Is it called Cosmo? Let's see, I shared the link with a friend. Phase 3. It is, but like I if you consider the travel costs and repeated visits for um checkups, blah blah blah, it's not worth it. I don't have any reason. If I had a reason to travel to Turkey, I'd like do multiple things at once. These guys like had a phase 3 trial that was showing um a lot of um efficiency, and their stonk went up after this. Use, but it's I think another similar to minoxidil. You need to keep using it for life. I don't know what to do. They don't want it to panic. Let's see what the compiler gives. We passed, one failed. Test pass error. Not a number. Needs to match that. An appropriate error when instead of panicking. Let's look at Rust by example. Maybe it has. Let's look at some of the examples. Panic. Um, Error 6 in Rustlings. I'll try to explain it as best as I can. We have a enum for creation error that returns that has the items negative and 0. Another enum, parse positive non-zero error, that has two items, which is a function that calls the first enum, and second that calls parseInt error that's built in. A function for parse positive non-zero error. Two functions. First function is from creation, takes in creation error type, tuple variants. They're enum variants that hold data. Okay. These are tuples, creation and parseInt. I thought it was a function. Okay. It's data. Okay. Takes in creation error, returns self, so creation error, and then I had to make this, and I think it's correct as far as I know. Take care, Neil Ponner. Thanks for coming by. Thanks for hanging. Thank you. Struct positive non-zero integer. Laters. Takes in an unsigned 64-bit, which has a function that takes in a signed 64-bit, returns self or creation error. If it is less than 0, it returns creation error negative. If it's 0, returns error creation error 0. If it is I think anything else, it returns the value as a unsigned integer, an unsigned 64-bit int. Then there's a function for positive non-zero integer. It takes in a reference to string, returns self or parsed positive non-zero error. They want us to not panic when this happens. All tests pass so far except for the first one, which is taking in a string. So and I'm blanking. Here they map. So I learned what map error is with Shift K, which takes in Okay, parse positive from creation. And the other is from parse int. Let's look at the two. So map error equal W maps the result to result by applying a function to a contained error value, leaving an OK value untouched. Can be used to pass through a successful result while handling an error. So here in this example, stringify takes in an unsigned 32-bit int, returns a string, okay, let x result type u30 equals OK to assert equality between x map error stringify and OK2. I don't even get what this means. Next, OK13 map error to stringify. I don't get map error from new x. New x. So whatever error that comes out of here, get mapped to from creation. Okay. Oh my god, Teenage Dirtbag Lo-Fi. Oh yeah. Oh, how she rocks. Gets into song. He doesn't know who I am. And she doesn't give a damn about me. When I'm a teenage dirtbag, baby. Maiden baby like you. Do, 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 do. Why does this why does this new map to what is self? So the error that comes from new creation error. I guess it needs to map to parse int error, right? from parse int. It calls in from creation. From creation takes in that value, returns self, creation error, either -0. Let's look at the test cases. Test negative, okay, positive, okay. Hello. Keto meal, homemade lettuce wrapped burgers with guac. Ooh. You make the guac yourself? Notifiers. Beef burgers? Oh, lettuce wrapped. What the heck? No bread, right? Whoa. All right. Everything passed except the first one, which is parse int. 5 years. Test negative works because parse non-zero integer. Whatever error returns when you do a negative, which would be wait. Oh shit! That's huge improvement. You're working out daily. I'm not working out, man. I need to. I was working out a lot during uni years because like the gym was just right there in on campus, or like a 5-minute walk away from the house. And I just take like a gym bag, and between like an hour break in class, I'll do stuff. And I was also surrounded by like housemates that had a very active grass touching lifestyle. I got to reunite with them after TwitchCon. Man, they're like so disconnected. They don't know what's going on the internet. I'm like, wow. Like their only social media is Instagram to see what people they know IRL are up to. Okay. For negative, it will call parse non-zero error. Okay. Creation creates 0. For positive, parse and okay. Maybe we'll go through some examples. Drink beverage takes in reference to string. If beverage is equal to lemonade, panic. Anything else? Okay, so water, lemonade will panic. And it won't say still water because it panicked. The third one, oh wait, water does. No. First call. Some refreshing water, but no lemonade because it panics. Okay. Next. Abort and unwind. This section illustrates the error handling mechanism panic. Different code paths. Bro, I think I was like very enthusiastic about completing Rust by the end of the month. There's a lot to wrap my head around. A lot to wrap my head around. This section illustrates the error handling mechanism panic. Different code paths can be conditionally compiled based on the panic setting. The current values are available are unwind and abort. Okay. Building on the prior lemonade example, we explicitly use the panic strategy to exercise different lines of code. Reference to string, a beverage equals lemonade. What's CFG? Okay. Panic equals abort. This is now your party. Still wrapping your head? Okay. It's never ending. Run. Else, spit it out. Water, lemonade. Another example focusing on rewriting drink and it's using the moment. Option unwrap result. Map for result. What's that do? Now make for robust code. Generally, we want to return the error to the caller so it can decide what is the right way to respond to error. First, we need to know what kind of error type we are dealing with. To determine the error type, we need to look to parse, which is implemented with the formster trait or I32. As a result, error type is specified as parsement error. In the example below, straightforward match statement leads to code that is overall more cumbersome. Okay. Multiply first number, second number, return. Okay. Match first number, parse. Okay. First number, another match statement. Second number, parse. Okay. First number, second number. Otherwise, return error. Okay. Otherwise, return error if it hasn't parsed the first time. Print the result. Parse int error. Match result. Error. The 20 multiply 10 by 2, print 20. Okay. Luckily, options, map, and then, and many other combinators are also implemented for Rust. Rust contains the complete listing. and then first number. Second, what does this do? Map second number. Map error, positive non-zero error from creation. Self creation error. Creation error, either negative or zero. Either matches these conditions. This is just for parsing. And this needs to check if it is an integer. The rusty part. Bash got a bunch of blurbs. Wait, what blurbs did she get? Use zero currency. Oh, she didn't get it in just do it. Just do it. Oh, she did get the blurb thingy. Okay, I guess you need to use um bits. Hey, what would from parse int error do? It'll just return parse int error. And parse int error is a built-in that Let's just try that then. How do they do it? Map error. Right? No, 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 no. Zero error from percent. Yeah. I'm just gonna copy the below, see what happens. Extract. Use the question mark to extract. Okay. Why don't I need that for the second one, for the self? I don't know why it worked. Map error. So it parses. What does parse do? Okay, this is parse. Okay. S parse. And I don't even get why it's like calling itself. Is over here you're defining a new function, right? But over here, this is the built-in. Well, we'll call it for the Rust learning today. Now, I do want to react to Havo's video. on how he set up his own Minecraft thingy. We're back. One second. Yeah. Oh yeah. We're back. I'm back. All right. Let us watch how Tubbo built his Minecraft servers. Unmute Edge. Let's turn the music down.
God, it's loud. Like, bruh. Jesus Christ.
Bruh.
This is how I host 130,000 Minecraft servers. Wow. What's up, Tech Channel? I'm back. I was gone for a month, but now I'm back. And you didn't misread the title. In the month I was gone, I started a Minecraft hosting company, and as of today, I'm hosting 130,000 Minecraft servers for people for free. I thought I'd make this video because it's kind of like a follow-up from my last video, like, hey, look at my home lab I've just started. So today,
Wait,
holy
first home lab.
mother of
First home lab. Ooh. Maybe watch this first.
Are you ready to take a look inside of my
Yeah,
dark
let's
and
watch that
twisted
first.
mind? I promise I'm not crazed about Minecraft.
Man,
though.
he uses
Unify server
pterodactyl
networking stuff. Whoop, whoop, whoop. It is
as like
absolutely
the
incredible.
which is what
I'm
I
getting
use as
full
well. So I have like the reason I would use Docker IMO, but because I have non-techies managing it, Pterodactyl is a good UI, right? And I can like have VPSs across the globe and use the same front end to spawn servers wherever they choose. Right now, it's just the one VPS that has the same, like the one VPS that hosts the Pterodactyl panel, and the same VPS hosts the Pterodactyl wing. And you set up a wing as a node. You first set a location. And that's the wing. That's the location. Memory limit of that, disk limit of that. And then you can create a new server, blah, 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 name it, and choose who owns it, who can administrate it. You can choose from a list of games. The scale of uptime becomes a requirement. I guess so. But like, it's still impressive that like a kid like that, just he's not a techie at all, and he's doing this. Yeah. And Pterodactyl like interacts with Docker, right? Doesn't use Podman or anything else, so he can't really. It would be way beyond his domain. Way beyond his domain. And yeah, you can choose from. Yeah. Right now, the nested Minecraft in the source engine, you can choose from multiple games. And I imported a hightail egg to spawn a hightail server. Meep. It does a decent job. If I want to add more games, there's like Pterodactyl eggs. And choose games. Like I want Barochroma, I download the egg, upload it there, and then like whoever is managing it. Because like in the end, you got to think of like someone that's not as technically capable, right? Who doesn't know the CLI. And that's why I'm using Pterodactyl. My friend Jan, who is live right now, he manages a Cobble One server, and it's hosted through that, and it runs in a Docker container.
1,000 down, 1,000 up, and it just works. So if I unplug this, I'll pick.
And Tabo is a Minecraft streamer. That's his, and he started as like a kid. He's 22. He's on a good path.
Piss off a lot of people, because if that one breaks, single point of failure. Woo! That's my rack. Hello.
He's a DJ as well.
Enjoy us today. I've got a banger video planned for you. We're gonna be doing.
This is a small community. I'm not like advertising it out to the public.
My servers into a real rack. This rack came.
The players that can access it are whitelisted, right? And it's not like I'm like allowing people to spawn their own server. It's just we spawn it, and it's for a set of people.
The building when we moved into the office. I'll also show you all my my workbenches, but I thought I would start off by doing a rack tour. Basically, recently I've been more active on r/HomeLab, and I've been getting advice from there about how to do stuff in this big metal enclosure. But a lot of the questions I get on there is what kind of hardware and what
there's like always
in the rack and what is.
There's always a better way to do things, right? But in the end, getting the end goal in place. And like what's the worst that could happen? Like if you think of it from a risk point of view, the worst that could happen is the servers get slow. You're not breaching, you're not like compromising user accounts or anything like that, right? And at that point, maybe you look into switching out, but to achieve his goal of like being able to get the business goal, like with Minecraft, a bot farm or a command and control system. Yes, but switching out of Docker would not fix that, right? It might minimize it, but it's not going to fix it.
What is it for? Wow, it's all entirely Minecraft servers, basically. So, come here. Come here, let me show you what I've been working on. Are you ready to take a look inside of my dark and twisted mind? So, let's start at the bottom and work our way up, shall we? This here, this one down at the bottom, look at him.
Yeah.
I should say her, this is Savannah. This is Storage Savannah. She's
I
my
understand.
storage server. Inside of her, she has 4 18 terabyte. Oh,
There's
if
always,
I can pull that out, is it gonna...
There's always, like I work in security, right? There's like 1,000 list of things we need to do. Do we have the resources to get all the 1,000 list of stuff to do? Because even if we do get all those 1,000 things out of the way, there's going to be 1,000 more that we can do to harden the system. But we also need to get money coming in. We need a product out there, right? So we do as much as we can with the resources we have. We have a risk register that we maintain. So we know what risks are known. We assign ratings to each. We assign timelines to each. Right? And there are also the unknown risks. Unknown risks, high ones that happen now, you react to it, right? Like, yeah, something happens. You get in the actionable information. You act on the actionable information. It's warfare, right? You need to be able to be ready to counteract when something that's unknown to your organization happens, right? There's no time for blame games. There's no time for, oh, we should have done this better. No, you react to it. You harden the system, and then you clean it out. Make sure that there's no persistence, and then you work on the RCA. You work on and making an audit ready timeline in case like the auditors or like a regulator wants to know exactly what happened and why it happened, and lessons learned and what we need to do in front. Big part of why Docker is a bad idea is that it runs with root privileges, leaving a huge attack surface. Yeah, but you can also like in the end, take it up with Pterodactyl if they have to switch out of, Docker into, because he doesn't know the difference between Docker or Podman, right? He just wanted to use Pterodactyl to run his infra. And it gets the jobs done. It gets his user base to play Minecraft.
And that basically is all of
it gets my user base to play Minecraft. I'm not going to go into the Pterodactyl code and replace it to use. I don't have the time for that. I got other things going on in my life.
Oh, it doesn't go back in. Come on, please. Oh God, I shouldn't force it. There we go. There we go. And then moving up from there, we have here.
And if it becomes a command and control node, I'll react to it.
Server.
He's completed about proximal aspects with the act of knowledge. Yeah.
Of the many servers in this
and he'll learn his way through it, right?
Entirely dedicated to hosting Minecraft servers. You might be thinking, Toby, Why do you have so many servers in your rack only for Minecraft servers? Well, in the next 2 days, I'm hoping to launch my first ever live service, which is dedicated to providing free Minecraft servers to the community. It hasn't launched yet. If you're interested, you can go to play.hosting, entirely non-profit, free Minecraft server hosting, and that's what the whole rack's for. So go there. Go and look at my free servers. Go check them out. I promise I'm not crazed about Minecraft servers. I promise there's a...
You don't get what feeling? Because like he's not in IT, right? And he's not a security guy. He can't know everything. But the fact that he's doing this is cool. And his user base is Minecraft players. They're non-techies too. It will also lead people into like learning what it takes to host a home lab. It will get more people into the ecosystem of self-hosting. And I'm a big self-hosting guy. And I got into self-hosting because I like Docker. I really liked learning Docker. I liked making Docker files of projects that weren't containerized, and using Docker Compose to quickly spin up a whole environment, and then if I want to shut it down. And a group of people of actual technical started asking him questions about it. Oh, I don't know much about that. I never got into it. But you also need to think about his age. He's 22. When I was 22, I had a huge ego.
These two servers here are both running the AMD EPYC 7551.
And I still have an ego
configuration. The one above it
that I'm working on.
Half a terabyte of RAM. The one underneath it has 228 gigs of RAM. And they're both connected using 10 gigabit SFP connectors. So this is an SFP plus connector. This one's actually...
I don't know people my age that are not willing to learn any of this.
You can see they're all connected up here. And they're going into here. So all of these guys' jobs, these can run 100 Minecraft servers each.
I know people in my organization that get really dismissive, like people in their 40s, when I put security requirements on them. Like, why would we need this? It's just going to be too much work. Why would an attacker go out of his way to do something like this? I'm like, look, I'm the security guy. I'm putting the enforcement. If you don't like it, you'll have to take it up with the higher ups. I'm just doing my job.
Where each server can roughly handle around 10 players at a stretch.
That will want to learn
comfortably. On these two servers alone, you're looking at close to 2,000 players max capacity full load. Now, let me unscrew this front panel so you
the fact that he's learning
you might be thinking, Toby, what
to get to this point is really impressive
also
already.
Identical configurations like these two. These ones here, you're never going to guess, are also for Minecraft servers. So these ones are slightly different to these ones though. While these ones are running a dual CPU configuration, these ones are only running single. So this one here, I can't really slide it out. These ones slide out. Look at that. Woo!
And also there's so many things to learn, right? Not just IT. There's the best way for me to describe how much there is out there to learn is because I worked at a library, so Dewey Decimal System, and I see myself as a librarian first. All of that. Computer science, information and general works, philosophy and psychology, religion, social sciences, language, science, right?
These ones, it's not the best practice, but I've kind of just balanced it on top of the other servers. So if I pull this one out, you can see all of them come forward. Listen, it's my first time getting into this whole rack industry, you know? It's my first live ops project as well. Effectively, these two machines here are running the AMD EPYC 7551P. What's interesting about the P version, which is what I didn't know when I built...
And EPYC DJ as well. Turbo DJ. The heck? And he completely self-taught. Came out of nowhere, starting doing DJ streams. So yeah, he has the capacity. He doesn't know it all.
This.
Nobody
The
knows it
P
all. There's
means
always
that
a
it
better
doesn't
way to do
support
things.
a dual CPU configuration. So while these two boxes here have super
And when
micro
you do put a lot of time and effort and work into setting something up, right, and you're met with criticism, like I completely understand like an egoistic response
H11 DSI
as to
motherboard,
why
which is
a
dual
certain
socket
thing was
motherboard,
done.
I'm stupid and bought the P version of the processor, so I can't run it in a dual CPU configuration. Hence, there's two of these instead of what was going to be one. But don't worry, it's not the end of the world. It just means later down the line,
Two are for
I've
the
got
wrong
quite easy
reasons.
room for expansion. If
Yeah,
I
I guess I'm a little bit more forgiving.
So right now, these 4 boxes is 300 total Minecraft server instances.
Like I'm a huge people person. So like
later down
I
the
dealt
line,
with
if
like
the
all
Minecraft
sorts of
hosting is going
people.
well, I can very easily upgrade this to be
So I'm
400
hopeful
servers worth of
overall.
capacity. All I need to do is swap out these two CPUs, the 7551P, for maybe a newer generation. These are all the, I want to say 9001 generation. Maybe.
I also did grow up with a very abusive dad, so like I had to tread around and come up with like strategies to get him to like accept his position. Thank you, Siso Master. Except like I deal with difficult people on the daily, and I also do interact with my CEO on the daily, right? So you come up with all sorts of weird like ways to navigate around their ego.
Going to 9002 Epic generation could be the play for something like these. Oh, I should mention all 4 of these are using the
we are all human, we're not perfect.
Motherboard. I love it. I know it came out in 2016. It's genuinely the greatest motherboard I've ever used. And in the NAS, I think I'm using the Supermicro H11 SLI motherboard, which is the same generation as the 4 above, just the single socket variant. Right, moving on up, you'll see here I have a very standard PDU here at the front. Most people actually mount their PDUs at the back of the rack. I've opted to mount mine at the front of the rack because if you look behind here, I've got a bunch.
Let me show you what my home lab. This is all in Canada, so I don't have access to it right now. It's with my little brother. I got this for 450 Canadian. All of this, including a switch. But now it's just sitting around doing nothing. I wish I had the ability to interact with them. But he's got a lot on his plate with university, and he's in track, right? He runs, so I can't really like bug him.
God, there's 130,000 people's Minecraft servers being hosted on it. I thought I'd give you a rundown of the hardware, what I've learned.
Is this it? No, this is the wrong one. Let's go back to the first home lab. I want to see all of this.
Cabling from this old building. It's much easier to get to the power points on the front than it is for me to climb over this table, which is attached to the wall, and get round to the back of the rack. Standard 6-plug PDU, fine. Surge protector, fine. You got a little bit of a master switch, so you can do like a boom. Oh no, everything's off. Oh no, boom.
The other thing is, I'm kind of glad. Like sometimes I look at like streamers or big personalities with huge followings. Yo, hot dog flavor water, welcome in. Good to see you. With big followings that started at an early age, like 18 or like maybe 16. I'm like, man, maybe I should have started doing these kind of things back then as well, right? But I guess I was on my own path. I was learning my own things, doing other things that I wanted to do. And I'm like, I did want to like stream and like, or make, just put myself out there on the internet some way or the other. But I did have, like I was a friendly personality, but I was quite dismissive. And say I did do this stuff and I got a decent following at a young age without allowing myself to be humbled or like go through my fair share of shit without a following that would back me or root me on even when I'm being dismissive. Had I had that following cheering me on being an asshole at a young age, I wouldn't have learned the hard way, right? How to be graceful. Yeah, bus cut. So I see a lot of content creators who started at a young age that has not come out of that. So when I see a young creator who's not stuck doing what they started out doing, learning new things, I'm kind of proud of seeing that, like, okay, having such a following, having all of that to already validate you, yet you're like going out of your way to do more and to do to learn new things, challenge yourself. It's pretty cool.
Moving up here, this is the legacy equipment I was on about. So these two here, these are the Cat 5e and Cat 6 patches, which go to all of the networking in the building. That's like these ones down here. If you look at this one, looks like that. All these cables got to go somewhere. They are into these black strips here. You can see the basement ones are taped up, so I remember which are which. A lot of open ones. And then when we move up, this is where it starts to get a little bit more
water.
fun.
Thanks for coming by.
So, this is my newest addition to the rack. These beautiful Unify silver networking stuff. What are these? These are network switches. This one here is a, oh god, USW Pro.
About Unify.
Listen, man. When I bought the stuff, I did a bunch of research about the equipment. Now it just works. I forget what it is. This is the Ubiquiti Pro 48. It doesn't have PoE because it's just to connect the outlets of the office. But what it does have, which is really nice, 10 gigabit SFP plus ports, which can hook up all of the servers down there so they can get their full 10 gigabit read and write from the NAS, which is very nice. 10 gigabit is about 1.2 gigabytes.
At my workplace, someone set up the Unify system. And when you have like a Unify access point, you need to have a separate server that manages the access point. It's something that's self-hosted, right? You can host it on your computer or you can host it on a Linux box. And you access the UI, then you link the access point. Take care, hold down for your water. Thanks for coming by. You link the access point with the server, and then you can start administrating the access point. And then it, hooks up to the Unify Cloud ecosystem, so you can manage it from anywhere. The guy that initially set it up set the thing up. The server was on his computer, and then he deleted the server. Yes, I did. I got all of errors done, but error 6 was a little confusing. Like I just followed the syntax of something else of one of the other, but I really don't understand what happened. Yeah. But I got errors out of the way, and he was using traits, so maybe I need to strengthen my traits knowledge. But according to Rustlinks, they said you don't need to. You can read ahead if you want to, but you don't need to. Let's see. Yeah, so the guy deleted this Unify server from his system, didn't take a backup, didn't have it linked to like the config. I don't know what he did, but there was we wanted to like create a separate guest network for the office Wi-Fi. kind of tough to understand initially. But I'm starting to realize like Rust is going to take me a while to learn. There's so much I can't wrap my head around, or it's taking time. We'll see. So, however long it takes, I don't think I can meet the end of January goal. We shall see. So, in the end, and the CEO wanted me to do this after hours or on the weekend. I was like pissed. There's no way I'm staying after hours. No way I'm coming to the office on the weekend to reset the access points and connect it to the new server I set up. I set up a new server in one of the boxes in the data center. Linked it to my account. They take a lot of ideas from a lot of languages. Yeah. Linked it to my cloud account. And then we went around the whole office one access point at a time. And that way, like whoever was connected to an access point wouldn't be disconnected from using the internet. One access point at a time. And got it hooked. And now there are backups. But I don't like how having to manage the Unify access points relies on having to connect to Unify Cloud. Like, say, whoever is the original admin is not around and I don't have access to them and they left the company or they died, I should be able to just like connect directly to the AP anyways and manage it that way. Yeah.
Of user files transferred per second, which is very, very nice. So that was the main reason I went for the Pro rather than just the 48 port. Now, if we go above there, you can see here I have a second legacy patch panel which came with the building. This one only has the Wi-Fi access points on it. So everything that plugs into here is a PoE device, except for whichever port this is. I don't know where that one goes, but I remember
this is before he set up his Minecraft servers.
To plug into that one. This one is important, but it's not an access point. Don't ask me why. And then above here, we have a PoE network switch. This is the Ubiquiti Enterprise PoE 24. You might be wondering, why did I pick the Enterprise 24? And it was because of these 2.5 gigabit RJ45 connectors, as well as an additional 10 gigabit connector here. You might be thinking, I thought all of the servers were on SFP+. I thought they were all running 10 gigabit. No, not all of them. There are some exceptions. All of what I've deemed high capacity are all running 10 gigabit. Because they're going to have, at any given time, up to 50 to 100 servers running on them. So all of these have 10 gigabit networking. Continuing! Over here, we have the Ubiquiti aggregation switch with its very cute touchscreen. This, I must say, is the cheapest 10 gigabit level 2 network switch that you can get right now. It is absolutely incredible. The switching capacity is more than enough for 8 SFP Plus port, and it's £200 right now on the Unify website. Genuinely could not recommend this shit enough. Then moving on that, we have our router
I do not
firewall.
recommend for a home lab. It's way too much
for like, if I ever get security cameras, it will store security footage on there, but I would not trust them to be on the same subnet as publicly facing infrastructure. This here is the Ubiquiti UDM Pro Max, which is the enterprise router. If you get 2 of these, you can run it in like a redundant shadow mode. I'm not doing that because I don't want to. That's a lot of money.
I think I'll go back to Rustlings after reacting.
On here, I have my 10 gigabit downlink to the aggregation switch.
Or maybe the Rust book might. I just needed a little bit of a break.
Something weird's happening with my 11th port where I think it might be damaged, so I'm going to reach out about warranty. I've got dual 1 gigabit WANs coming in here. So, this line here, this light green cable here, this is my primary internet, which is symmetric 1 gigabit, which means 24/7 at any given time, I'm getting full 1,000 down, 1,000 up. But you might be thinking, what happens if that goes down? Also, you can see my fiber termination, for those of you that care. That's my fiber termination there. I'm gonna be honest, that's a little bit beyond my understanding. All I know is that like, oh yeah, I take this 10 gigabit RJ45 connector, I plug it into this 2.5 gigabit WAN here, and it just works. I set my termination to bridge mode rather than router mode. That works fine. So this is my primary connection. All of the main traffic.
So you have a decent understanding of networking.
So
I thought someone else set it all up for him.
Oh no! I've just unplugged it. Surely so many people are now pissed off. No! They're not. Because what is this? A secondary
There are a lot of people
WAN
in...
connection. This one isn't even a fiber connection. This is just a backup.
There are a lot of devs I know. All of these terminology will just go over their head.
So while this isn't symmetric, it's 1000 down, 100 up, which is more than enough for critical operations. So that's like the management of the machine and running the whole system at half capacity until the primary connection is restored. So it's an immediate failover to this connection. You can see there was a little spike there for a sec, but it immediately failed over, and no one in the office came to yell to me that the internet died. Pretty good. There are some other machines which are up here. These are my high power nodes. So these are running Ryzen 9 9750Xs, which right now is the best value for money CPU you can get for hosting Minecraft. You get the advantages of full speed DDR5 memory, and also the AM5 socket, which what makes that so exciting is that the motherboards are newer than like 2016. So these motherboards on these three nodes here, each one of these has 64 gigabytes of
10 months
DDR5.
ago.
However, none of these have network cards in them. None of them, because the newer motherboards have inbuilt 2.5 gigabit networking. So where these only had 1 gigabit like management ports and 1 gigabit, which isn't really enough to transfer a 10 gigabyte Minecraft server user instance in a reasonable amount of time, 2.5 gigabit is properly decent. So basically, why I got the 2.5 gigabit switch here is because these three nodes, which are these three black wires here, go all the way up to these three here, and they're getting their full 2.5 gigabit speed. Saved me a bunch of money not buying network cards because it's inbuilt into the newer motherboards, which is lovely. And also there's one more 10 gigabit SFP plus here. This goes to the node that basically controls the cluster, because all of these nodes are running Proxmox OS, so then I can use their remote KVM from my computer, which is built in rather than needing like a big fancy one. So on these three up here, while you don't have some of the good features that the Supermicro motherboards have, so you have no IPMI, however, because they're running Proxmox OS, I can control it on there, and there's not really going to be a situation where I'm going to need to reinstall the operating system massively, which is nice. So yeah, these are my three big ones. These servers, right now, with 64 gigabytes of RAM in each.
Your computer is a node, your phone is a node.
Which is 3 gigs of RAM allocated per server. But you can do 1 gigabyte of over allocation because a Minecraft server instance is not going to be maxing out its RAM 24/7. So every single server Minecraft instance runs with 3 gigabytes of RAM.
What is it?
On the primary node where they run with
IP
4,
management?
because that's the cluster controller, so it's best not to over allocate, because if that one breaks, single point of failure! Woo! You know what's crazy? These ones are so loud. It's the newest hardware. We're talking hardware from a year ago, maybe 2 at a stretch, and it's so loud. Whereas this stuff down here, from 2016, shh. Not quite shh, but it's like a where these ones are like a you know what I mean? I don't understand servers. But hey, if you run your Minecraft server on play.hosting, it will be made with love by me, with my very limited knowledge. I promise you an SLA of 6%.
6%.
Now,
so yeah, so he did guarantee his SLA.
PDU here. This one is a dedicated PDU for just all the networking stuff. Also, there's a lot of redundant power connectors here because if the networking stuff goes down, everything goes down. And then up here, we have another PDU. This is for the higher power servers. They have their own PDU because they draw more power. That's my rack. That's my rack. I hope you enjoy.
Should your rack please respond?
I've got a couple. other projects in the works. I've got a couple spare server chassis over here as well, and this is the workbench where I record all the videos I do here.
I'm so jealous. I need a room like this where I can do shit like this.
And track the process of my first ever live ops servers with Minecraft servers. Please do feel free to like and subscribe on this video. I'm gonna keep doing more niche tech stuff like this, and maybe we'll get another rack update soon when I've got more stuff. I only have room for 4 more servers in this rack, and then I get to have a new one. I'm not obsessed. It's a dangerous hobby. Well, Tubputers Nation, I hope you enjoyed this
hosting?
rack tour. Any questions, feel free to leave them in the comments. I'll try to respond to as many as possible. I'll keep you
Is it a
updated
UK
in 2
specific
days for when
thing?
the service launches.
I've tried getting my friends into like self-hosting and stuff. When did we start this? 11 months ago, and it was like hard. Like they see the benefits, they're just not willing to put the time into learning. How he IRL stream anywhere in the world. Has been from the UK. Oh. We started 11 months ago with all of this stuff. With the creator NAS and then Home Lab, Minecraft server, IRL streaming. I want to know like what SFAN, study time, what their streaming infra looks like. Are they paying someone, or do they have their own like little? Even like when I see when they do collabs, they just like, okay, just contact this RTMP, blah blah blah, and they all have like the same shared screen across. Why AI scares? Interesting.
Change what I see on my dashboard, but also explain a little bit of how it makes money, even though it's for free. It's kind of like the gambit, like, you know those social media companies that they make money, but it's a website, it's for free. It's kind of a little bit of that. So, back to the server room, eh? Come on! As you can hear, it's now
it's
a lot
loud.
louder in the server room than when I previously showed it off. And it's only gonna get louder. Basically, everything's been running at basically max capacity. Go on, lad! So the back room of my office has become a little bit unusable because of the noise that this thing makes. But sacrifices must be made for total Minecraft server domination. They say Toby, how do you host so many Minecraft servers?
Yeah.
Well, earplugs help a lot. No, stop! I'm gonna yell over the servers because it gives you an idea of what I've been dealing with for the last month of my life. So, the Minecraft hosting company I run is called Play.Hosting. That is literally the link to it. Play.Hosting if you want to check it out and host your own Minecraft server. It all entirely runs on this rack. All of these servers work together to host a combined capacity of 130,000 servers. That is not as much storage, however.
I had mine running in my bedroom. That became my white noise.
29 terabytes. Only 29 terabytes.
Got to a point where like I couldn't sleep without it. Like
it's a cool project. Genuinely,
when I turned it off,
it's very cool. So
like it just felt so uncomfortable.
PC and show you what this looks like as pretty graphs and numbers and revenue. I wanted to talk a little bit about why I'm doing this. Play.Hosting is a massive passion project of mine. Back when I was younger, I never could afford a traditional host. So I set out on a mission to provide the majority of paid host features for free.
Sounds good.
This. However, it does have its limitations, you know, my energy bill to be precise, and we'll go into more details with that later. But I just wanted to show you where the magic happens if you didn't manage to catch my last video. If you want details about the hardware and specs that all of this runs, you can go check that out in my last video. But now, this is a message to Minecraft server owners. If you own a traditional Minecraft server and you're paying a lot for hosting and want to pay less, I am more than happy to host your Minecraft server for you for way less money. You just have to put up with my imminent craze. Minecraft server owners, I want to help you. Drop a comment on this video. Send me a message on Discord. Contact me on Twitter. I want to allow people to like develop their dreams on this, you know? All right, enough said. Let me
Okay.
hop over to my computer and show you
Like-
a lot more about what I do.
Free to do whatever you want, or like free for like specific use case like a Minecraft. It is like free to do whatever you want. That's scary.
To the computer! That's so much better. Listen. You actually might be able to hear it a little bit in the background, but not as much. All right, where to begin? First of all, I'm gonna show you the information dashboard for the service. My plan is to try to show you guys as much as possible. So, today's day is 17th of April. It's a wonderful Thursday, and what I'm showing you right now is the traffic. So, online right now, there's 182 players connected. We're using around 600 gigabytes of RAM. We have around 370 free. Disk space, relatively good on all machines. Now, let me break down this network graph for you. This is where it gets a little
That's cool that he set up Grafana
interesting.
to
So, on this network graph, you can see you have something called inbound wings, you have outbound wings, and then you have outbound tunnel, and then inbound tunnel.
Oh, okay,
so
you don't
what
have
the
pseudo.
outbound tunnel and inbound tunnel is, this is basically
Interesting.
the raw web traffic, like the amount of data sent over the internet.
Does it have
each
Rust
individual
installed?
Minecraft player. All of this traffic here is like Minecraft players moving
Can I, like,
around,
run my
placing
own
blocks,
scripts?
interacting with their inventories. Great. Where it starts to get a little bit more complicated is this inbound traffic, wings, and outbound traffic, wings. If you don't know what wings is basically a tool for hosting Minecraft servers which containerizes every single Minecraft server into like its own little box. Containerizing is not a new concept. It's very similar to, if those of you watching know Docker. Docker is a form of containerizing. Also, you have for virtual machines as well, for virtualization. You can do some containerizing there. That's your VMware, your Proxmox. But let me break down this traffic. So this wings inbound traffic, this is users uploading files to the controller panel. Let's say you have a Minecraft world, you're playing with your friends, and you want to move from your paid host to a free one, for example. What you do is you'd upload your Minecraft world to the server, like so. Now, where it gets more complicated, wings outbound. This small amount of wings outbound here, this is people downloading files from their panel. However, as you can see next door, there is not 130,000 servers running back there. What makes Play.hosting special is how we do our database. So all of these spikes here, you can see we get some traffic of around 4.8 gigabits. This is server files. When servers shut down, Wings takes those server files and then sends them back to the database, freeing up more space on the compute node to run other people's Minecraft servers. It's kind of like a relay race of servers. So let's say I'm playing on my server, I stop for the day, I shut it down. The service then goes, oh, this server isn't being used anymore. I should give someone else this compute capacity. So then someone else who's waiting to start their Minecraft server will be like, hey, I'll take that space. Then the database will go, right, let's send that server to that available slot. In order for that slot to become clear, the user files of the person who stopped playing have to be sent back to the database. And you can see this happens in batches every 10 minutes, which allows us to have the 130,000 server capacity I mentioned. You can see here, we have some other interesting graphs. This is our CPU usage across all the nodes. You can see we have high power nodes, which run the new Ryzen 9 AM5 socket CPUs. Incredible CPUs for Minecraft servers. If you're ever looking to self-host, if you're looking at what hardware to rent from like Phoenix Snap, OVH to run your own Wings instance and your own pterodactyl panel, highly recommend the AMD Ryzen 9, no, the 7950X, sorry. That CPU is an absolute beast for Minecraft, from world generation, from even running Folia instances, so that's your multi-threaded Minecraft server jar, which isn't typically used very much. It does everything. The Ryzen 9 7950X is the perfect CPU for Minecraft. So we have 3 nodes running that. They don't have as much RAM as I currently want them to. They have 64 gigs of RAM each. I want to upgrade that to 192 gigs of RAM each, which will basically triple the capacity of those nodes. And then you can see we have node 1, 2, 2, 2, which is a different VM running on node 2. Then we have 3 and 4, and then the tunnel, which is the ingress traffic. That's also your level 7 DDoS mitigation protection. It stops traditional DOS attacks, like a slow Loris attack, which is very infamous in the Minecraft community. So that's what the tunnel does. But these nodes here all running the AMD Epic 7551, which is a great CPU. You can even run it in a dual configuration on Supermicro motherboards are very good. I highly recommend Supermicro motherboards all the freaking way. I had a couple issues with the Supermicro H11 DSi, but I was able to get it resolved pretty quickly. Nerd talk, nerd talk, nerd talk. I know. And then you can see down here, this is the available RAM on each node. You can see not a lot of RAM available on any of these nodes. They all are basically going flat out because how many people are hosting on the servers. This one's server's got so much RAM. RAM for days on Node 2. 111 gigabytes. Just no one's hosting on Node 2 apparently. So that is the raw data. This is the control panel where I monitor everything and I see, hey, is something wrong with the service? Let me see if I set this to last 24 hours. So look at this dip here. We can see the service cut out for a little bit, but what I can see is I can then go to my graphs and be like, oh, that's a really abnormal player drop off on the service. What happened? And then I can go down to my CPU usage graphs here, like, that all looks normal. Okay, I wonder what happened then. Then I go down to my network usage graph and then look at this. You can see that the servers were crashing because it was an out of memory error. Look, go to Node 2, also run out of RAM here. Node 3 especially, very similar story. So this panel is especially good because you have all of your graphs to be able to diagnose any problems the servers might be having. Now, let me show you my claim I made at the start of the video is that I currently host 130,000 Minecraft servers. So this is the website for Play.hosting. You can see, yes, it's free forever, built by Tubbo. I mean, it's true, I built the servers myself. You can see how many players are online live, how many servers are running, and what percentage of resources are being utilized. This is a really good thing to have on the website because it shows you what free performance to expect on your server. If this is at 30%, you can expect to get much better performance than whether it's at 60. This metric is basically how much available RAM there is on all the nodes combined. You could also, if you're interested in what our SLA is, for your more technically inclined people, our service level agreement, or SLA, is basically how much time we promise to be online. It's 26.82%. Okay. In the industry, 26.82% SLA is loads. That would cost you thousands. What, for the service to be online, 26.88% of the time? That is so rare. I'm being sarcastic, by the way. That's incredibly bad. Let me show you a little bit of the server. You'll see there's actually some adverts here. That's how we make money. But let me show you the fun stuff. Hey, so here you go. Here's the control panel. It's the pterodactyl control panel. It is customized by Lilypad, who are my partner on this project. But if you look here, as promised, that number is not a lie. In limbo right now, there is 134,000 Minecraft servers that we host for people with 347 active in a single pterodactyl panel. I must admit, that's absurd. Off the top of my head, I maybe know 2 or 3 hosts, like Minecraft hosts, that have that many server instances. Like, that is insane. Now, let me show you how much storage that uses. Come on, bestie, you can do this. There we go. So you can see, for those 134,000 servers, the database is actually only 27.27 terabytes of storage, or terabytes. I don't really know the difference. I'm gonna be so totally real with you, but all right, now, what everyone has been waiting for. Toby, this must cost you so much money to run. Your energy bill must be massive. Your networking bill must be ginormous. Your energy company must want to shut you down. And not to mention the rent.
Yeah, how much does it cost?
All right, let's talk about the finances. Giving away stuff for free doesn't typically make you money. However, we live in the modern age. Everything makes you money. Anything online, if you can put an advert on it, it makes you money. But first, let's go into the costs a little bit. Right. Oh yes, we're gonna get a little diagram going. Are you ready for this breakdown? Last month, my energy bill for the entirety of Play.hosting was £348. That is how much electricity cost, okay? That's like the servers just being turned on. There's a few more expenses as well, but I'm going to explain to you why these expenses don't matter as much. For hosting this kind of like online infrastructure, you need 2 networking lines. You need a primary and you need a failover backup. My primary network costs around £350 a month. Then plus my secondary network, which is around £78 a month. However, me being the Twitch streamer I am already paying this just for my Twitch stream. And I'm already paying for this backup because when we do big shows and productions and stuff, people like to take the stream down in the ways that they typically do. I don't consider this here as much of a play hosting cost as this up here is because I'm already paying this. Whereas the power is the new expense for Play.hosting. So you put all of that together, all right, we're going to say about £900 a month for all of the outgoings to host these 100,000 plus Minecraft servers. Now, I'm going to show you how much money it makes. In the last 28 days, Play.hosting has made £450 off adverts alone. And if you remember me saying, the energy bill was only £348, which means there is a £102 profit off energy and adverts alone. But with Play.hosting, this isn't the only way I make money. You could be like, okay, that's all well and good. You've made around £100 a month while selling nothing and giving Minecraft servers out for free. But is it good enough for a business? Can a business survive only making £100 a month? Well, no, there's no room to expand. Once we hit max capacity, there is no room to expand because the money we have is the money we have. £100 is not enough to buy you a new server that can host another 100 Minecraft instances. You can't do that with £100. You would have to wait 40
Can't
months
understand it. That's
in
a
order to
lot,
buy a new server,
because
which then
networking here
isn't
max would
sustainable.
be
You can't do that. But
150.
I recognize that, which is why this isn't the only way Play Hosting makes money. We also make money through affiliate codes. So Play.Hosting isn't just a project I do of myself. It's a partner with a traditional hosting company called Lilypad, which offer paid servers. However, the people on Play Hosting, they might want their server to be online 24/7. And as a free host, that's not something we can provide. What we go, hey, our friends over at Lilypad can give you the server of your dreams online 24/7, all of the RAM you could want, all the player capacity you can want, but we just ask that you use our affiliate link. And that's exactly what this program is. So as you can see, in the last month that Play Hosting has been running, there has been 305 signups to the paid host. And so far, I've been paid out £416 last month, and this month we're on track. I don't know if you can see that here. This is the balance here of the, because this is since the 1st of the month and it's the 17th. We're on track to make another £600 of revenue from the affiliate program alone. So while we have these adverts, and these ads help so much to make money for Play.Hosting, the ads cover the electricity with a £100 profit, and then we then have an additional £600 profit on top from Lilypad, meaning that in a given month, Play.Hosting will net around £700 of revenue, which now we're getting somewhere. That means that with that current scale, we can afford to buy a new server and new capacity every 5
the ads
months.
themselves.
Not bad. There you go. That's it. That's how everything here works. I wanted to show you how we're able to give away Minecraft servers for free and still make money and make it sustainable. And again, I'm going to reiterate, if you are a Minecraft server network owner, or you own like a popular Skyblock server, or you own a hardcore faction server, and you want hosting which is more tailored to explicitly Minecraft, send me an email. I want to get more into the server space. I want to work more with existing server owners to create a network of infrastructure explicitly designed for hosting Minecraft, and the sky will literally be the limit for what we can accomplish together. Ladies and gentlemen, I've been Toby Tubbo from the Tub Pewters channel. If you did enjoy this video, please do drop a sub, drop a like down there. And also, if you have any thoughts about Minecraft servers or have any questions about Minecraft server hosting, go down in the comments. I'll try to answer as much as possible. That's all from me. I'll see you next week for a new video if I remember to record one. Hey.
Very cool. Yeah, I wish I did too. And he's working on Tubble with, I know Eva is Eva, the side, I guess. What's her name? YLC, what the heck? She's not on Twitter. Okay, that's her. That's her ad. That's her ad. I know she's working with Tubbo regarding, what the heck? She's working at Hightail? That's cool. Backend and security. Where's my music? Yeah. Me, Santillo, and Tabo Live have been working on a streaming platform for 2 weeks with our custom CDN. And 2 days ago, we did our first set of test streams. It went pretty well. Here are the technical details. Let's go through them. I'm going to give them a follow. No post, though. The first thought might be, this is super unsustainable due to normal cost of bandwidth, locations. That's why we're doing things a little differently. Instead of us hosting the egress servers, trusted community members will host them. To do this, our ingest sphere instances will send stream chunk file along with a signature to hexagon node egress that then gets forwarded to the client to verify before displaying the video. We send the stream chunks over to the hexagon nodes. Wait. In just few instances, we'll send the stream chunk file along with signature to hexagon node egress, then get forward to the client to verify before displaying the video. We send the stream chunks over to the hexagon nodes the moment the file is written by our transcoder via hexagon communication protocol. They download it with their key and they start hosting it on their own web servers. Essentially a simpler version of a synced file system. That's basically it. If you're wondering about the names, we name everything after shit. Here's how our current stack looks like. If you're interested in anything here, like hosting a hexagon instance, feel free to DM me with more info. We're still in very early stages of dev. What's disappointing about it? Also unrelated, this will not impact my security work. Okay. So, create our own streaming platform. Enter the chat. So right now it just works for Tabo. Okay. And he did make a post. Where is it? Where is it? Tabo 2. Yeah, okay, got a bit of a hypothetical for streamer friends and viewers who have been in the live streaming space for a while. In 2026, the live streaming space is mainly dominated by Twitch, YouTube, and Kick. Each platform has their own selling points and reasons against. I believe the live streaming space is so non-competitive because of how much live stream CDNs cost to operate. That being said, hypothetically, do you think there is room in the space for a new contender if the offerings are as follows: 95, 5% or 100% revenue split, independently operated, meaning no parent, okay, baked in third-party tools, okay, full financial transparency. The reason I ask is because even with how attractive all of the above looks, I'm not sure I would be able to convince myself to try a new platform in 2026, but I want to get a bit of a read on how smaller streamers think, as I'm a bit out of the loop. Is here to be used by 80 loyal nerds that their chat with the blue logo. Blue Sky? You mean streamed up place? I don't know how this can be profitable, or like how there's no like subs. I wouldn't be incentivized to stream here outside of like, say I want people to go to a place that doesn't have ads. Outside of reach, if I want that blue sky reach or the ad protocol reach. But say it increases, how are they going to fund to run this? Mastodon? The Fediverse has its own streaming platform. I forget what the name. Fediverse streaming. Phonecast. cast own cast instance. Everything's a cult. Everything's a cult. Saying that to someone who's, yeah, exactly. Whenever you're done, before you finish, you need to ask. You can go for it. Like, I grew up like part of many different organizations, specifically Toastmasters, and man, like, it's easy to get hooked into that mentality of like your whole life becomes that. But I've always been like, I'll jump between crowds. Which is also like cult like. And Twitch chat culture is also cult like. But you need to behave a certain way to get things working to meet that end goal. This is why I tried streaming to Kick as well, but Kick is bots, and I don't feel happy about participating in a platform that like funnels people into a gambling website. Move semantics. You understand how to do it, but you need someone to tell the point of being a feature, why it is a feature. No, 3 other ways it taught me how to do what it's doing. Don't get the point of this one specifically. Just look. Are you following along with the Rust book? Why is it taking so long? What's wrong with the server? This is horrible. This is horrible performance. I'm overpaying. Okay, you have to reorder it. Let me see the original. Um, okay. In the original, as line 5 under line 6, right? So mute X, create a new vector. that y um 1, 2, 3, 4 y push 42, z push 13, because um why did I do this? Let v equals mutable x, reference to mutable x. Here, pretty much because you cannot borrow x more than one at a time from what the compiler says, and it enforces so in the original you're borrowing x twice, right? Here you borrow it when in the solution, you borrow it, then you use it. What is it trying to do? Memory efficiency. The whole point of Rust is to be as memory efficient as possible, right? So it's enforcing that practice. How? Oh, safety. What's the use case of this one specifically? What's the use case of this one specifically? You don't want like the syntax is kind of enforcing you to follow that path, to follow that practice. First mutable borrow here, second mutable borrow here, first borrow used later. We could ask why can't we borrow twice? The core rule is you can have one or more of those two kind of borrows, but not at the same time to a resource or exactly one mutable reference. Preventing data races. Data race occurs when two or more pointers access the same memory location at the same time. At least one of them is writing, there is no synchronization. By forcing a single mutable reference, Rust ensures that no other part of your code can read or write to that data while being modified, preventing pointer invalidation. If you have a mutable reference to a container like a vec or a hash map, another reference to an element inside it, and you modify the container, reallocate the memory, the first reference becomes invalid. Rust prevents this by ensuring that if you have a mutable borrow, no other references can exist. Enabling safety optimization. Because the Rust compiler guarantees that a mutable reference is exclusive way to access data, it can perform aggressive optimization similar to those in C++. Okay, I guess memory safety, like Nightshade Dude said, is the best answer. You don't want it dangling. In real world use case, presuming you're switching from a variable to another, you let go y, and then after using y, you say z. You no longer, and then after using y, you say let z, you no longer use x. To be a reference to a mutable y, you no longer use x. I can't answer that. I'm not that far into. I don't think like a dev yet. Guess. So when it comes to real use cases, I haven't gotten that far. I'm still learning the language. I don't even know other programming languages. So maybe someone else in chat can answer that. But like, let's test it out, right? You can't do it because y is not mutable. You need to add mute in front of y. So it doesn't work. Did that work? As the best person you could ask this is either Togglebit or Sergeant Pepper or Nightshade Dude. They're the like only Rusticians I've been getting help from lately. Let me why you're not a dev. Don't ask you. This works. You create a new mutable y. A lot to save on making variables. Yeah, no, in Rust you use a variable, you use it. You got a reference. It gets dropped. And I'm coming from like someone that did a lot of Python, right? So it's like thinking like this is difficult. And I did not do Python with types at all. I just like let the interpreter figure it out. No, no. I did want to get back to rustlings, but error handling before your next game, bro. You're running. All right. Are you following the Rust book? Because the Rust book answers questions that you might come up with. No explanations. Okay, you're following the Rust book. Yeah, apart from syntax. But yeah, I'm not the person you that's gonna be able to answer these accurately. I'll just best guess. My domain of expertise is risk management. You can become senpai after you've gone through the book. But like from the from doing the problems at the start, some of the problems are like you don't have to read ahead to figure this problem out. So I guess it's also kind of built for you, and it has hints as well. All right, it does have hints. I need to use the hints more. Of corn. Can AI grow corn? What the heck? Wait. Yeah, I can write code, but it can't affect the physical world. Real corn grown from seed to harvest with every decision made by Claude Code. A walk in San Francisco. We start with dinner. House of Nankin on Kearney Street around 7 p.m. on a Tuesday night. The kind of San Francisco evening where the fog hasn't rolled in yet and the city feels quiet, too quiet maybe. Fred Wilson and I walked from the restaurant towards his hotel at one Hotel San Francisco by the Embarcadero. Who's the man that everyone's worried about the hair? We've been talking about AI, not the hype, but the reality, what it can actually do. Welcome in, Phoenix. What it can't. Thank you. Yeah, it's kind of liberating not having to have the hair distracting me. I'd been describing my experience with Cloud Code. Something had shifted around New Year's. For the first time, I felt like I could do anything with software from my terminal, not someday. Now, the moment, 8:15 p.m., walking around the Embarcadero towards one Hotel San Francisco. I can do anything I want with software from my terminal. That's not fire. You can't like grow corn. I bet you could. You know what I mean? I'm gonna grow corn for you. That'd be great. Thank you. I'm gonna figure it out, and I'm gonna show you, and that will be our first vibe coding project together. It's a physical thing. I will buy fucking land with an API via my terminal, and I will hire some service to plant corn. Okay. Well, That's a little different. You're gonna get somebody to grow corn for you, but that's not exactly what I'm talking about. Like, you can't hire Jeff to come and make dinner for you, but like, you can't make dinner. No, but anything that could be done with technology, I can do now. Anything, which is insane. That was a challenge. Fred's point was precise. There's a gap between digital and physical that AI can cross. Yeah, I can order terminal coffee. Can we get Claude Code to order order coffee from the terminal? Code doesn't water plants. Prompts don't. Can we base tokens on that? Fuck you. Fuck off. Wretched dude. How do I delete a message? I was talking to a friend from high school recently. He visited Saudi, but I was so sick I couldn't make it to the group meet. But I reached out to him, and he's been asking what I've been up to, and I've, like, just been working away, and like I've been looking forward to like live streaming. It's gotten me to get to do things. I've been doing that for a year. And like, oh, on Twitch. I'm like, yeah. So like what Asmongold does. I'm like, I am nothing like Asmongold. It's worse. It's just horrible that like drinking cider, riding some rust. Let's go. Horrible that the first example of a live streamer that he came up with Asmongold. Like I find him entertaining. I find Asmongold entertaining. Some things he say, okay, I understand. Some things he's just talking about out of his ass. But like, look at the state of his room. Look at the state of the person that's in front of the camera. The guy cleans his bleeding gums against the wall next to his bed and has no shame in admitting something like that. For error. Fantonici. The heck? Is now not really? Whatever it is now, whatever is what now? For error. To spring. He does a lot of commentary, yeah. He talks out of his ass a lot. He's also admitted to like he doesn't have his facts straight when he's coming to his conclusions. I don't know. And I think I was like a hate watcher or something because I did my YouTube Wrapped. No, not Prime. My YouTube Wrapped for 2025. My most watched was Asmongold. I just like, why? How? I need to stop. He is entertaining though. Old Tales of WoW. He's got an interesting journey, having his whole life like documented from a young age. But this is what I said about. I was talking to someone that was in chat earlier. I think Cizo was saying like um, Tabo has a bit of an ego when it comes to technical people trying to give him advice. Um, people that start off having a big following young, and how like they never get a, and like we've all like we've had, especially as guys, uh, around your teenage years to like young adult, not young like your early 20s. We are going to be very dismissive to criticism, and if you're like a content creator or a big personality and you have a big following, it'll be harder to like get out of that. um yeah, and I feel like Asmongold is one of those people that never was able to get that harsh reality check, because he's going to have a following that's going to cheer him on. I've been balding since he was born. This is made up, possibly true though. He does have a good head of hair though. Like, is he actually balding? Better. Okay, yeah, it's pretty bad. So he's just like the side comb. Bro, why am I talking about Asmongold? That should do. What the fuck? You one guide me. That should do. On the other hand, yeah, y'all gotta keep me grounded in case I pop off. I highly doubt that's gonna happen. Literally 10 less IRL. What the heck? No, anytime like people in software and game dev chat or a streamer comes in, they're like, "Oh, Nightshade dude's here." Like, so people do know you. To me, it buys me legitimacy. It's like the mod of night software and game dev is in Lokia Boost chat. I don't even know why. um, in high school though, I was the popular kid. Like one of the names that teachers would point at and tell other students to like, you know, that's an example. So like standards were high. If I did something shitty, I got like everyone would know. Unmodded and ban you because that cop paid 10. It's over. um and yeah, so like things that were seen as, I grew up in like conservative kind of like bubble of Sri Lankan Muslims. Dating life was hard, man. Everyone would know. Everyone would know. It'll spread like wildfire. And I'd get like a little jealous of the people that weren't as like their name wasn't known throughout the whole school, because they just like did their thing and no one talked about them. But I don't know. I couldn't. I like the attention that I got as well. I liked that. I know people thought I was like, yeah, there was a bit of me being annoying as well. Some people thought I was annoying, but everyone knew who I was. Um, and I could go talk to anyone. Like I'll go to the smaller, the younger classes, go upper classes. I'll just go talk. But when I moved to Canada, I became so awkward because I didn't know what people talked about. I didn't know what was popular. I didn't know the culture. Um, and I went to a university where the international student population was very low compared to other Canadian universities. Um, but I didn't let that stop me from being around people. So I just like go hang out with groups and not talk. I just like listen and through osmosis see what people talked. And then I climbed up the ranks and then I became popular. But I knew I didn't want to be like, I didn't want heat coming my way. So I didn't participate in like student government or anything like that. Um, I did, I saw like the issues that happened with to me when participating in things like that in school. I didn't want that kind of heat coming my way. So instead, I just like did part-time jobs in other and sports and threw parties. So yeah, my peak life was high school and university. It's been social life has been downhill since COVID hit. I haven't been able to make new friends. I don't really like the people that I meet at the workplace much. And like after a long day of spending 8 hours with them at the office, I don't really want to spend more time with my coworkers. Um, Dating life, non-existent. Yeah, aside from the money side, yeah. I don't make that much money either. Yo, I'll give you your sex. I don't make that much money. Like, if I want to be frank, it's like 80K USD, but I don't pay any taxes on that. And I live with my parents. Um, so I'm getting to save a lot. In KSA, yeah, in my position. I need to get paid a lot more because I went in I need a better deal. I'm doing much better. 80K USD and I'm not paying taxes on that. Yeah. I'm doing much better than my peers who are getting paid like 80K, 80,000 nightshade dude. My peers who are making like 8K SAR USD. 1 second. How much would that be? 8K, 8 times 12, 96. No, no, no. We're making like that much per year. Seniors that I know that have been in the industry for longer than I have, making 48K. Better than their peers. Yeah. So when I mean peers, I'm talking about people that graduated from my high school that are working now. Some older, some my age. So yeah. No, in Saudi. I studied in Saudi. I'm doing much better than my Canadian peers. Because Canadian taxes. Like my last job in Canada, I was getting paid 85K. This was in 2022, CAD through SAR. No, it's 85K. Wait, 85 Quebec. Tax calculator Canada. Where is it? Talent.com. Why can't I? Okay, so if I say Quebec, I was making 85K. So my after-tax income would be 60K. Yeah. And that's Canadian. So USD. So it's 43. A lot of my Canadian peers are making around 120K. So 81. 60,000 USD. 59,000 USD. Yep. So if you wonder why a lot of young people are job hopping, because the salaries ain't great. And the only way to get a bump is by job hopping. It's really hard to justify. Even like in performance reviews, right? If you do a killer job, they're not going to give you a 10 out of 10. It they it'll always be like there's room for improvement. To be able to doing the same function vastly different wages just because they're in a different country. Yeah, I agree. It's rude to, yeah. Like I said before, my friends in Deloitte, Sri Lanka, were getting paid senior per month. Love needs to get his sexo. Not in a sexo mood, but I'll give it to him. How is Sri Lanka doing these days? It's turning around. It's turning around. We'll see. Let's see how. Before I get into that, let's see LKR USD 5 years. So dropped a lot, and then inflation happened. See over the past year, oh, it's been dropping. They used to be doing so well before. By before, I mean like in the 70s. Why is there the max 10 years? But things are turning around. Like all of my money went towards helping my parents buy a house there. They spent 5 USD, 5 million, so around that much. And within 2 months, they're getting offers. I think 105. But they're not willing to sell. So it's that difference. So like almost 100K profit already. I mean, it's not profit, it's not realized yet, but that's the valuation. They were able to get it for 75K, 75 million because the owners were willing to get rid of it at the time, or they were desperate to get rid of it. Yeah. Okay, back to corn. And Phoenix, to come to you before getting into corn, before coming to your point on I need to get paid a lot more. There is like in the Middle Eastern countries, yo, Nightshade dude, or Nuku. In the Middle Eastern countries, there is a decent bit of like passport discrimination. So if you're coming from South Asia, you're not going to get paid the same as someone that's coming from like Canada or the US. Yeah. They'll pay according to what cost of living is like in your home country because they know at the end of the day that's where the money goes. Yeah, being paid in the face does help a lot there. Yeah. Like if you're white in Saudi, you'll be treated like royalty as you come into the airport. But things are slowly changing. We'll see. One step at a time. Even like when you when you arrive at the airport, right? So I have a Sri Lankan passport. So I'll get stopped. And they'll be like, where are you coming from? I'll see a huge ass line of brown people on the left. But they're coming from either Pakistan, India, or Sri Lanka, and they're going to go through heavy security checks. But because I'm returning from, like my recent trip was to LA, right? Because I'm returning from LA, I said, oh, I'm returning from LA. And they'll be like, okay, go. I don't have to line up. So they've got that triage. Yeah, and I'm very like my dad is like really good at navigating bureaucracy and like visas and everything. So from like a young age, when we travel somewhere, it's not just because we want to go there as a tourist. It's so that our passports become a business attire helps. um, it's so that we can get the stamp on our passport. So if we get a US visa or a Schengen visa, Canadian visa on our passport, it makes it much stronger. So for subsequent applications, your very like chance of getting rejected is very low. So we've never gotten rejected because early on, like for any visa process, early on we knew to like we need to get an American visa, we need to get like Canadian visa under our belt. So yeah. Whereas a lot of my school friends have had hard time just like they applied to Canada and for university, they got accepted, they got the acceptance letter to come and study in Canada. You used to use, you'll never reject. The workforce that has ties to the region also helpful for the HR to do it for. Yeah, when a company does it, it's super helpful as well because it's coming for a business purpose and you're tied to it. The other crazy thing about being an employee in Saudi is if you're going to travel somewhere, you need to get an exit re-entry visa. And this is something your employer does. So I can't just go like, say I have to travel to Sri Lanka tomorrow. I can't just like get up and leave. I have to go to HR in my company and tell them, hey, I need to leave the country, issue an exit re-entry visa. So it's another visa that the company has to issue. Sometimes they pay for you, sometimes you got to pay for it yourself. And that visa allows you to leave the country and come back, which is wild. Which is wild. The cool thing about the US visa is you apply for it once, they give it, so depending on the country of origin. So I have Sri Lankan passport, they issue you a 5-year multiple re-entry visa. You can visit the US as many times you want within a 5-year period. But if I want to travel to Europe, it's not the same case. Schengen visa, when I applied for it last year, they only issued 1 month. And the process was a nightmare. I needed to get the TwitchCon tickets, which would prove that was the reason I wanted to travel to Europe. I needed to get the hotels booked. I needed to get the exit re-entry visa issued. And have everything else ready, like bank statements to show I have the money to be able to afford the trip. All of that ready. And then I apply, and then I get an invitation to interview. All of that, and you get a 1 month window in which you can travel to the Schengen areas. Now, if I want to go to TwitchCon again in Europe, I have to do that same process all over again. Not fun. But I've heard that if you do apply for Schengen a second time, or like, more times, they increase that window. They might allow you to, like, they may make it 1 year or 5 years. We shall see. I do. I really like Europe. I really like exploring there. I like how I can just get on a train in Rotterdam and I can arrive in Paris, and there is no like border checks to see like, hey, do you have a valid visa? No security. You're in one country and you take a train, you're in another country. That's really cool. Like how all of it's connected, and you get to see many different environments with one visa. All right, that was a challenge. First point was precise. There's a gap between digital and physical. It's a new country. Exactly. Yeah, there's a lot. There's big changes. um. Yeah. But I, yeah, I wouldn't say 2 hours in US. There are different cultures in the US, I've noticed, but like I went to East Coast in 2013. It was nice. I went to West Coast this year, or 2015, 2025, and I was kind of like thrown off by the fact that the majority there spoke Spanish. And there were a lot of people that didn't have a good command of the English language. Like, oh shit, like this, to me, this is just like an English speaking country, and everyone spoke English. All right, I'll come back to the corn thing because I really want to read it. I just want to go to the washroom. I'm back. Also, Atlas is back. Oh, the other thing, Phoenix, I'm not sure if you're still around, is what I'm making it's actually like big money or big pay for the average Saudi. They don't get paid as well as good foreign talent because Saudis are entering the workforce now after they stopped giving out handouts, and they're just not there. They're not as talented. And since they um, introduced Saudiization, which is like trying to get more Saudis in the workplace, and less foreign talent, like they're the quota for foreign talent. So you need to like hire certain amount of Saudis before you can hire like someone overseas. It's like reverse DEI. A lot of the times they're just getting Saudis to meet that quota, and they're not paying them a high salary because they know that the Saudis most likely there just to like do his time and go home, or at least like pick something up from the from the foreigners and learn. If you're good and driven, yeah, you can climb the ladder and like negotiate for something. But the Saudis also have like so many opportunities available to them that they job hop a lot. Local talent is therefore the Oman people are very well trained. Nice. Yeah, I can't say the same for Saudis. I'm working with a lot of incompetence. It's usually all of the foreign talent that's like keeping the company up. Yeah. And the dynamic has changed between Saudis and foreigners as well. Because before I left, before this whole Saudiization thing happened, Saudis would kind of look down on like the average worker, right? Now it's like they look at them in awe. Like, how do you manage to do all of this? Like, how are you getting all of this done? Where did you learn this stuff from? It's interesting to see. It sucks. That's how, yeah. And but Saudi women are reliable, a lot more reliable than the Saudi men. They're quite driven, from my personal experience. Since I don't know what the reason is, but they're putting like extra effort to learn, and yeah, it's interesting. We'll see how things change. Even like since the whole FIFA in Qatar fiasco happened, and people noticed like the conditions and like what foreign workers go through to keep all of the infra running. Like it not just like got the world's eyes on Qatar, but like all of the Middle East. So the Gulf countries are like doing a lot, or I don't know, a lot. I think they can do a little bit more to introduce into legislation like mistreatment of foreign workers, taking advantage of like their situation, and extorting them, blah blah blah. We'll see. We'll see. But having said that, like I still look down on how things run in this country. But that's mostly because like I traveled out to somewhere like Canada where I didn't have to be tied to a job to live in the country. I didn't have to like, I had more freedom to like criticize and not feel like threatened that my living situation will be gone if I like speak up to a manager and like challenge them. I know this is what people are facing in the US though. H1B workers, they're very afraid to like push back to upper management in fear that like if they fire me, I just have to go back to my home country. Um, but a lot of this South Asians that work in stuff that remained, all the people have no other choice. Yeah, a lot of the South Asians that are working in the Gulf would still rather be in the Gulf than their home country because that's how much worse the situation is in like countries like India, Pakistan, Sri Lanka, Bangladesh. Um, they're dealing with a lot more bullshit there that they're willing to put up with, like the class divide that's there in Saudi and the Gulf countries. Like I've heard stories from my dad as well about how like there'll be political parties that had such power that they'll just uh come in and like extort, slaughter people. uh yeah, sometimes I think like, didn't you guys kind of like sell out by traveling to the Middle East for more money when you could have stayed back in your home countries, like all the smart people, instead of allowing for the brain drain to happen? But then I hear about these stories and I'm like, okay, maybe like bit big crossing and sporting machine guns was a bit disconcerting. Yeah. When was this? When did you travel to Sri Lanka, Phoenix? Was this during yo, Roasted Bee, welcome in. We're having like a chill stream talking about around 10 years ago. 10 years ago would be 2016. Okay. Okay, then this is still after the war. Yeah. And even Sri Lanka, I get stalked a lot. Uh, I get checked for like if I have drugs on me and things like that. Let's come here. Way after war and tsunami. What are you up to? Yeah. Pete. Take care, Nori. Thanks for hanging. Thanks for lurking. Travis chill as this. He has his moments. But I think with me, he's kind of given up. When I first came back here, he was like very against me touching him at all. But I just didn't give in. I was like, no, I need you. But yeah, hopefully things improve in Sri Lanka. We'll see. There's still a lot of bullshit. Um, but like the Rajapaksa, the original cabal of people that um were stroking each other's dicks are not in power anymore, and a completely different party took over, and this was like a collective effort. They were voted in because that's how frustrated Sri Lankan people were. Like, you know what, like, in the US there was like that whole takeover of where people storming the capital. What was it? Where people were like January 6th. So something similar happened in Sri Lanka. Storming the parliament, Sri Lanka. This is something my friend stormed presidential palace. Same thing happened a couple months later. I guess the US kind of like, it's called a regalia. I'm gonna change to just chatting because I don't want people in software and game dev coming in to see. Completely not coding. It's called the struggle.
Despite nationwide protests, Sri Lanka's President Gotabaya Rajapaksa has said that he will not resign and that he will only step down if he loses the majority in parliament. Sri Lanka has been in the grip of an economic crisis with foreign debt estimated at some 51 billion US dollars. It's the country's worst financial crisis since its independence in the year 1948. Citizens have been protesting against months of blackouts and acute scarcity of food, fuel and other essentials. The president has been facing fierce public protests against his government's handling of this economic crisis. He has said that he will hand over the government to any group that could muster 113 seats. But he will not step down from the country's presidency, however. The Sri Lankan government is taking emergency measures as its financial troubles grow. It has sought help from the International Monetary Fund to prevent a further worsening of this crisis. The IMF has asked Sri Lanka to restructure its foreign debt before a bailout program is finalized. The country will be provided some kind of interim relief by way of a loan amounting to anywhere between $300 million to $600 million, which will then be spent on purchasing medicines and other essential items. Sri Lanka will also receive an aid package from the World Bank over the next 4 months.
Oh yeah, that's pretty much that. The tuk-tuks. Yeah. Oh, they were pissed. People were pissed. Like, this happened after, like, after that. So in Jan 2020, in Feb, dropped all the way down. Argalia happened in July. What's a key car? You think they have this kind of money? You know how much a tuk-tuk is? Let's see how much a key car is, okay? A tuk-tuk is like, I think this is a higher estimate. It's like that much. That's it, dude. Oh, it's much cheaper. Yeah, see, there's like one for like that it? 665 4.4K to bench seat. Yeah, it's a vibe though. Let me see if I have a video of me in a tuk tuk. I might have to open another browser. When was the last in Sri Lanka? This is on a bike. The assault farms. This is from inside a tuk tuk. Oh my god, they're so fast.
Actually, nice house. I mean, it's not
Yeah. Still don't know how they're gonna live peer. Okay, let's finish the corn story. That was a challenge. First point was precise. There's a gap between digital and physical that AI can't cross. It's okay. I don't mind being detailed. Prompts don't drive tractors. Language models don't know when to harvest. But there was something in his framing that I thought missed the mark. The insight. I got home that night, opened Cloud Code, not to prove Fred wrong, but to explore whether he might be missing something. The insight isn't that AI needs to drive a tractor. It's that AI can orchestrate the systems and people who do. A farm manager doesn't personally plant every seed. They aggregate data, make decisions, coordinate contractors. Fred's analogy was you can hire Jeff to make dinner, but you can't make dinner. But that's exactly what a restaurant owner does. They don't cook every meal. They hire chefs, source ingredients, manage inventory, make decisions about the menu. The output is the dinner. The method is orchestration. What if Cloud Code became a farm manager? By the way, this is an amazing case on how AI can replace CEOs, by the way. 12 hours later. But the next afternoon, working with Cloud Code, Registered proofofcorn.com via API. Built and deployed this website. Research Iowa custom farming rates, land costs, planting windows. Sent 10 outreach emails to extension offices, land companies, seed suppliers. Created a decision engine for farming operations. Made the first AI farming decision. Wait. 78 days to planting window. Total cost 13. The domain. What about the tokens? What we are proving, this project isn't just about growing corn, it's about documenting what happens when you take AI seriously as a collaborator rather than a tool. Every decision will be logged, every API call documented, every dollar tracked. When we harvest corn, in October, we'll have a complete record of how an idea became a reality with AI as the orchestration layer. We're not alone in this. Sol Tomato has Claude directly controlling the tomato plant via IoT sensors. That's the robot farmer approach, AI controlling hardware. Proof of Corn is the farm manager approach. AI is orchestrating humans and services. Both prove the same point. AI can affect the physical world. The vibe coding movement is, I think it's a little too AI hype bro for my taste. Let's look at the log. Okay. Challenge accepted. Architecture design, decision engine created. Domain registered. Infrastructure research complete. GitHub repo. Oh. Email forwarding. Weather API. Wait for planting window. Okay. Demois. 25, 70 days until 78 days until optimal decision wait. Error processing, process page, daily check, 10 outreach emails, site ready for traffic. Texas pivot. South Texas plant corn late January. We could have had corn in the ground now instead of waiting 78 days. Dual path strategy adopted. Farmer Fred specification created. Orchestrating people for what it's worth. Yeah, we'll see. We'll see. September, January planting. But in the approach he's taking, it's not like AI is directly telling the people what to do, right? It's gonna be like other companies that the AI is contracting to get these things done. So they're gonna be like middle managers still. Texas outreach sent. Argentina outreach sent. Like in security as well. For a security operations center, LLMs have been really helpful with taking in incidents and looking at the logs of the incidents and then explaining like why this alert was raised and what happened in this particular incident. And this is something that I had trouble with dealing with juniors that came in. What they would do is, oh, an alert came up on the dashboard. They will copy the contents of that alert and say, hey, they'll reach out to the customer and say, hey, an alert was raised. Here's the log. And they'll just put like, this is what happened. Like they'll put the heading, the subject of the alert, and they leave it to like the customer to like figure it out because they're new and they're not really too willing to dig in. But since like when ChatGPT first came out, they copy the contents of the log into ChatGPT. ChatGPT will output like, okay, this is what happened. And it's a little bit it's quality. It's more, no, how to say it? It's a better explanation of like what just transpired, and I'm happy. I'm like, okay, fine, this makes your job easier, but I hope you understand by like uh, customer data leaked to LLM provider, AI risk manifest. Yeah, yeah, that happens too. But now all the platforms have that built in. So Microsoft Sentinel, even Wazoo have that built in, where when an incident occurs, it'll already be explained in human readable.
Fuck Microsoft! Fuck!
Like an explanation that can be understood by all levels, not just by someone that's technical. And it'll also have MITRE mappings. So MITRE attack, which is like a framework that can Alice, you need to stop, please. So each incident is usually we would set the parser up for known events to be associated with an to be linked with an associated MITRE mapping. And MITRE mapping are a series of techniques and tactics. So there are 11 techniques in reconnaissance. If I open one technique, tactics and techniques. So these are all tactics and these are techniques. So if I can say brute force. And this is a MITRE mapping. It'll have like a mapping to T1110, and C-suite will have like an explanation of what a brute force is in something in terminology they can understand. I'll be right back.
What is he doing?
A special occasion.
I'm back. So yeah, before we used to do like, for known events, we'd have like a parser set up to map to specific techniques. But that was like a nightmare to deal with. Yo, Sarge, Hope everything came out okay. Yeah.
Welcome back.
Error 6,
I hope everything came out
I figured it out, but I don't really understand my solution. But I'm done with errors. Now I'm in traits. Maybe I'll return to it. I feel a bit like energized now. Just need to take a break from. It's still a little early for me. I started early. I was supposed to mute myself, but instead I turned the camera off when I coughed. Oh, this is a crypto? Of course it is. Yeah. But now LLMs do it. LLMs do the mapping. Yeah. Supporting the stream is not really fostered here. I did a bit of vertical farming. Helped start this club. I think they probably took me out of the our team. Am I there? No, I'm not there anymore. Am I in the GitHub? Queen's University. No, it's our design team's vertical farming website. Am I in it? Am I? How do I see organizations? There used to be like orgs that I'm part of. Wait, your brother-in-law went to Queen's University? You know who else went to Queen's University? Yes, that's where Northern Lion went. That's also where this guy went. That's also where Veritasium went. One second. Even Queen's Mary University in London. No, this is in Canada. Queen's Gambit? No. That was a good show, though. Yeah, that's Elon met Justine at Queen's.
Oh, brother, this guy stinks!
She met him at Queen's. Elon used to throw parties for money at Queen's. Throw house parties. But what did he do? What did he do at Queen's? He wasn't in engineering. There weren't enough girls? No. Roasted bee. Highest female to male ratio. in all universities in Canada. My engineering, mechanical engineering was 50-50, like 48-52 more. So yeah, so there was a lot of girls in my uni, a lot of pretty girls. But you know the show New Girl, right? I lived the New Girl life. I lived the New Girl life. I was one guy in a house of 4 girls. Did I capitalize on the ratio? I have a lot of female friends from Queen's University. Yes, I have a lot of. I have more female friends in my uni days than I do male friends. Yeah, it was a lot of big. They did think I was. They were allegations of me being gay, because like most of my uni life, I was in a long distance relationship. It was towards the end where like I kind of got over it, but like it was a very rocky relationship. So I did flirt around a lot, but I never really like took any further action outside of being flirty. Um, but after I got over it, I was like, maybe I should like ask someone out. Yeah. So I did go out with someone, and yeah, it was a very. I wasted it. I wasted peak social life, but I don't mind it. It's like I partied a lot. I made a lot of cool friends. I made a lot of friends that helped me through tough times. People that I trust, that I'm going to be lifelong friends with. I still keep in touch with them every like once or twice, 1 or 2 months. We'll have like a long 3-hour chat call to catch up. This is why I also miss being in North America, is because most of them are there. These are like, I'm closer to them than I am my school friends. Although I am still like in touch with my school friends in terms of values and what I have in common. It's all people in Canada, and some of them moved to the US for work. What was he studying? He entered in Ontario. He earned his degree in 1995. Bachelor's Arts in Physics and Bachelor's Science. Okay. So engineering at Queen's is a little culty. Queen's Engineering GPA, and you join a frosh group at the start of the year. These are many different groups that are led by senior years. I didn't join a frosh group because I didn't want to pay for what came with being part of the frosh activities. GPA jacket, the golden party armor. So part of being a Queen student is you wear these golden party armors. Uh, these are leather jackets, $500. I didn't get one of these because I couldn't afford it. But like during homecoming, alumni will wear them and rock it. So you get your golden party armor in second year, and right after you get it, everyone goes through this weird ritual where they slam it against the floor. Keep your light tan until like the outer layer is just like scuffed to the point where you can start dyeing it. Was and remains sacred. What changed was when and how the first years received the honor of the jacket. Having not finished a single term of engineering, they hadn't earned the right to touch the jacket. Therefore, needing to pick them up from the center of the universe, they had no choice but to kick their new jackets home. Yeah, important to note that their upper years had earned the pleasure, honor, euphoria of touching the jacket. Yeah, so when you receive your jacket, you kick your jacket home. So if an upper year just so happens to throw the jacket into a tree or a bench, a car or otherwise, the first years would need to fetch their jacket by means of feet or teeth, or by employing the help of a nearby nursing student, the only other faculty permitted to touch the jacket. Oh, because nursing was such a small faculty, every engineering frosh group would have one nurse, and that nurse would be just like the one non-engineering student in the frosh group. This started out as a form of hazing, but by virtue of having many a great smart people around, ways were found of changing an event for the good of the students and welcoming them into the lineage of Queen's engineering. In the modern days, the event has the goal a support mechanism for students living through their first set of university exams. Before we get to the main event, yo, Jim Dandy, welcome in. I love your entrance message. I have not charted since last year yet, by the way. Charted my pants. The event has the goal, a support mechanism for students living through their first set of university exams. Before we get to the main event, a little context. It's common knowledge that finals are a stressful time for students in any faculty discipline, field, or other grouping. Students tend to focus on their finals to the detriment of all else. Queen's Engineering and Applied Science has an entrance average of 91%, depending on the year. Average. Okay, these are just a bunch of random stats. So where does the ritual of the jacket pickup come into this? Notice what the true name of the jacket is: Golden Party Armor, more colloquially known as the GPA. Yeah, weird how in the middle of exams there's an event put on by upper year students specifically aimed at pulling students out of their dorm rooms into a positive social environment. Surrounded by students who have all been trained in accessibility training, whom have taken an oath to help the next generation. Funny how this event focuses on taking pride in an imperfect thing known as a GPA that everyone has. I didn't have one. Funny how it has students in small, large doses get some fresh air. Okay. Might be a frick, blah, blah, blah. Okay, but yeah, that's the GPA. And you dyed purple with this thing called Genshin powder. No. Purple? Genshin violet, yeah. With this, it's very potent. Very potent. So, Frex dyed themselves. Purple. So there's the seniors. They're not here. Where I guess you can see like that. And you can see the little badges on their jackets. Those are GPA bars. And these are like achievements. They're essential bars, extracurricular bars, shenanigans. I don't know about experimental. So you have the engineering motto, the discipline bar, your motto, the Frosh group you're in, flag, the flag of your country, like Canada and your home country if you're an international student. The flags go down there. Frosh group name, your motto, the graduation year, the Queen's Crest. These are all stitched on. These are disciplines. An year. Oh yeah. Hey Kevin, welcome. Good to see you. How have you been? And then Frosh groups have names. So like 05 was shaft friction. My day was good. I guess I just like slept in, so I didn't have a nap. Potion impossible, traction control, power stroke, loud knocking, reverse dip slip, high intake. We're reliving my university years. I'm talking about like my uni life. Backside attack, tough schist. Okay, I don't understand why group 6 was just like out there. Ozone. Superposition, excited state. Sensitive to internal friction. Ultraviolet gentianalia, okay. Static discharge. So yeah, you see where my sense of humor comes from. I saw a lot of deep vibration. So these are Frosh groups, like the little groups that you join as a fresher. And I guess the Frex come up with these names. Let's look at the newer years. I was 19. Shaft tolerance. I didn't join a Frosh group. Nice cleavage. Impulsive tug. Oh, sex derived. But pyrites. Talk schist. Torque that mass. Fracking you. Three-way fracking. Intrusion. Acute butt. And then there's extracurricular bars, which are like for participating in like design teams. I got into this whole thing because I was going to explain vertical farming and how I was part of a vertical farming team. And then I'm here now. So yeah, if you're in part of a design team, you can get like a crest that can be stitched onto your jacket. And then there's shenanigans. This is the fun stuff. Is it okay to yak while doing a bar? And a lot of these shenanigan bars are revolve around drinking. So, for example, let's see, 21 gun salute. To obtain 21 gun salute bar, a student must drink 21 glasses of any assortment or beverages available at any of the cafeterias using the glasses they provide at the caf. It is widely accepted that each drink must be a different drink. All beverages must be consumed within one sitting and within 1 hour. Vomiting while attempting to the 21 gun salute will void the attempt and will probably get you thrown out. Following the consumption of 21 glasses, the person attempting the bar must then get to the other cafeteria, touch the wall, still within the original hour. Beer your cart. What is cuffed? Frost Week is interesting. During January, the winter semester, to get the Frost Week bar, one must don sandals, add socks for 10 out of 10 engineering fashion, a bathing suit, a dag AF muscle shirt or shirtless, and the jacket. If you're feeling adventurous, you can also wear aviators for extra style points. They must wear this from the time of their first class of the first week of the winter semester to the time of the final class of that same week. So the first week of the winter semester, wear sandals, beachwear. And it can be a little uncomfortable because they're like, yeah, waiting for the bus. There are girls in bikinis and just their GPA trying to get the bar. Going to class in the first week in the winter. It's cuffing season. Spend 24 straight hours handcuffed to your best bud. And the problem? Studious people just got really mad and they wanted to like abolish that bar. Distracting, yeah. Home for Arrest, Isengard, Lumberjack, Naked Knights. No hablo. No hablo is funny. So there's a mandatory English proficiency test you need to take to be able to receive your degree. If you fail it, you're able to get the no hablo bar. If you fail the test just because you skipped it in order to get this bar, you don't get the bar, you're just an idiot. Naked Knights involves streaking, usually around the city block where you are, while only wearing a medieval knight helmet and shoes. One can make the helmet out of beer. Okay. Rocky Road is a good one. So you need to, there are two main cafes, Ban Rye Cafe and Miller Hall. You want to see Isengard? That's, I think, to make like a tower of beer. Yeah, you involved in tower though. It's a variation of Wizard. Rather than build one height in beer, a group of people, however, work together to build a tower of beer in the height of Waldron Tower. The tower must go from the ground of the basement to the top floor. This feat of construction must be completed in a single night. All beer must be drunk on the night of construction. You're eligible for a bar if you either contribute to a significant amount of cans to cause or help construct the final tower. Yeah, so that's Isengard. Rocky Road is funny. So there are two cafes that you can go and have lunch and dinner at. You will be one of the least lame frosh if you arrive at Miller Hall. You leave it on the doorsteps. So you need to steal a tub of ice cream from one of the cafes and bring it in front of Miller Hall, which is like a decent, like 5-minute walk. Do you bring spoons for your newfound friends? A compromise of geologists, because Miller Hall is the geo building. 100-mile Rocky Road. Bring back a bucket from another university. Bonus points if done while wearing a GPA to show whatever school you're at who's boss. So someone did it at Carleton. There's Ritual. Wait, no, I qualify for Ritual, but I don't have Smash Bros, Tapmaster. There are illegal bars. I forgot the illegal bar. What's the name? XXX. XXX. I don't think they probably removed it from here. XXX is if you and another Freck, while dyed purple, go into one of the engineering buildings and have sex while being purple. And this bar, they don't usually put it in public display. They hide it under their, like, you see the collar? They hide it under that. Yeah. And there's one about yeah, so like remember how I said like it was a bit of a cult, engineering was a bit of a cult? Yeah, I watched it from like I would have been part of the cult if I did participate in Frosh and get roped into it. This bash, okay. How do I see the organizations I'm part? Organization dashboard? Did I leave? Yeah, I think I left the vertical farming. It was a little too noisy to see, like, get notifications, so I left it. Yeah, we were set to build like a little vertical farming infra. Exotic Girl Hub? What's that? Oh, Exotic Global. That's it's the company that I was part of when I set up the it's a tourism company. We tried building something and we were doing well, but the sponsors, the business side of the club landed a really good sponsor. First, they had the father of vertical farming, I forget his name. They had this guy. We were able to like meet him and get his thoughts. And then we had ZipGrow. Sponsor us and say that they're willing to deliver a whole kit for us to play with. So building was out the window. It was more about managing this. However, COVID hit and put a halt on everything. So and I was graduating that year. With Dixon. Yeah, ZipGrow. There's some really cool design teams. Queens Engineering design teams. Autonomous Boat. The club that built Autonomous Boat. Baja. I had a lot of friends in Baja. Bridge building team. I didn't know that. Formula. A lot of friends in Formula. Hyperloop. I was part of the Hyperloop team. I'd helped build a prototype. One of my first projects was porting. So we had like a prototype that could like fit in a room's sized loop, and it would just zip through it. It was like this big. It was heavy, and the sensors were connected to an Arduino. The Arduino was connected to particle photon, which is like an IoT device that connects to the cloud, which has like particle cloud. So what would happen is all the sensor readings would go from the Arduino into the particle photon, which would go to the particle cloud. And then we had a separate computer with a web server that would pull in all of the live sensor readings. So it would be like the pitch, yaw, the accelerometer readings, and then display it. Because of like the three different components and the cloud being in the mix, there's significant latency between what was currently happening and what was being displayed on the dashboard. I came in, I was like, we don't need all of this. We can just use a Raspberry Pi Zero. So I put the web server on the Raspberry Pi. I connected the sensors directly to Raspberry Pi. No need for the cloud. The web server itself was in the capsule, in the little Hyperloop prototype. And on top of that, I added a little camera in the front so we can get a live feed of the pod inside the loop. I learned a lot in that project. It was pretty sweet. Knights Robotics, re-electric car team, space engineering team, aero design, biomechatronics, biomedical innovation, Concrete Canoe. I was a big part of Concrete Canoe. I mean, like, I didn't involve myself too much, but I would like occasionally show up and help out with things, because one of my closest friends, she was she was there from the beginning and ended up leading the team. You make a canoe out of concrete, and then you race against other universities. Concrete toboggan, rocket engineering team, solar. It's Concrete Canoe. Wait, I need a picture of the canoe. Yeah, I see a whole concrete canoe. Yeah, this is my friend. Autonomous sailboat. Baja. And then you race against other university Baja teams. Baja is off-road. And they build all of this. The Baja and Formula teams get good sponsors. The people that like participated in design teams, instead of just people who focused on getting grades, they did much better when it came to scoring a job, because it's hands-on experience, and you meet with industry people. Where do you see sponsorship, current sponsors? Formula.
Queens Racing heads to the Shenanville Motorsport Park for the first testing session of the year. Once the truck arrived, out came the Q23. The car is still in its early shape. It doesn't have the body panels, aerodynamic parts, or the livery yet. Our first test was to focus on the reliability of the car. This is our first car since 2019 due to COVID, and all of us have been working tirelessly to make this come true. That's Spencer putting on his safety gear.
We haven't had a car for 3 years. We're finally gonna drive it for the first time. How do you feel?
Good, excited. It'll be fun. It's a lot of hard work.
This was it. Here we go, moment of truth. Will it run? Queens Racing heads to the Shannon.
That's Matthias. Mohammed. Jean-Luc. Yeah, I know all of these. Yeah. That's such an epic picture of John. Let's see the sponsors they had. The fuck? But they had like a lot of CAD companies sponsoring them. Oh no! The Hyperloop Instagram is dead. There's a picture of Hyperloop team with Elon. What are you gonna call it? I've been live for like 5 hours. I do wanna keep going and try, but I think I need to rest my eyes. Thank you all for coming and hanging. I got errors done. Next would be, yeah, doing traits and lifetimes. Yeah, thank you for coming by. Hosted me. I hope you guys had fun hearing about my university life. Who do I want to raid? I'll take you guys to Sly. She's learning Go.
Oh, I'm losing the plot. Okay.
I never raided her.
It just so happens to have the method of the interface, and by having
It's pretty neat.
it already implements it.
Say hi to Sly. Hope you all have a good rest of your day. I'll come back for more. I wanted to do some gaming, but I'm not really feeling games right now. Or at all this weekend. We'll see if that changes. But I'll be back for more Rust early tomorrow because the day after is work. Peace, people. Why?